Good morning and welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for December 10, 2025. Welcome here this morning. First up would be the approval of the agenda for this morning. Would anybody like to give me a motion for that? Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Public Works, Engineering, Parks, Recreation, round table. We will start with Councillor Kendall. Do you have anything for Public Works or crew this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Use your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's been addressed, but yes, I did receive the email from the concerned resident regarding the traffic congestion during the MRAS Christmas market. But we received an email from, was it Mr. Stapley? Yeah, to address that. So thank you for looking into that and answering all the questions. And I'm not sure how we address this going forward, like a meeting with MRAS to iron things out in the future, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, I would trust that MRAS has learned a lot after this incident. And based on the conversations we've had with them, I trust they're going to take the due diligence to make sure they don't have any of these issues in the future.
Perfect, thank you. I don't think I have anything else for Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Callister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have discussed the issues that I had with Public Works this morning, so I really don't have anything else. We're going to have our problems at the intersection of Dunbow and 80th Street sorted out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. Just one small item for Mr. Kruger. Speaking with the Health and Safety Coordinator at Strathcona-Tweedsmuir School, they're still hoping to get a larger stop sign, kind of one of those 2-post, 3-foot big red stop sign at the corner of 306 and 552. And yeah, it's pretty teeny, the one they got now for all the traffic that goes through there. Thanks very much. That's all I have.
Deputy Evil.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. So big thanks, of course, out in Public Works world, because they've been really busy out with roads and everything out in the West Country and Ag Services as well. And I do have a couple quick questions. Well, first, a thank you to Deputy Director Stapley for putting on the emergency management event for us. And so thank you for that. And to Director Saulnier, just have a question in relation to, I may have mentioned this partially to you, but just wondering, residents interested in how Rocky View County is doing the fire smart cleaning in Bragg Creek area. So I'd just be curious as to how what land they're picking and how they're funding it. So I'm not sure where we find that information out, if they have published it or which department to contact, but I'm just curious as to how they're going forward with that project.
Through the chair to Councillor Roll. I don't have that information right now, but I can look up that information and get back to the council on that.
Thank you. That would be very helpful.
Thank you. For me, just one item for Public Works, intersection of 690 Avenue and 2A, or whatever that road is called now. It was requested the stop signs there perhaps need a flashing light to alert people, particularly coming from the east. Just with the old railway tracks there, it's not always very visible, that stop sign, for anybody new. Certainly better than it was when the railway tracks were there and it was a speed jump coming up. But just wonder if you could just have a look at that and see whether it warrants a flashing light or something to alert people.
To the Councillor Seward, yeah, we can have a look at that and we'll address it and see what needs to be done there.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and to Public Works. I don't have anything on hand right at the moment. The items that I had mentioned are still being looked into. And so we'll wait till there's more follow-up with that. Thank you.
And Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. Nothing to add to the conversation this morning. Thanks.
And we're all very anxious to get to budget, it looks like. So we'll go to Public Works, start with Manager Weberg.
Good morning, Foothills Council. I have no updates. Everything's going well, so that's all I have.
Thank you very much. And Director Kruger?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, and good morning, council. No update from me. Thank you.
And Manager Cornelson?
Good morning and Merry Christmas to everyone. I don't really have much of an update. I'll be talking next week at council about some contract brushing we want to do. And we were at in-service training last week, and the biggest announcement the province made was they're moving to ban all wild boar farms in Alberta, which is an interesting thing. And I'll be talking later about mowing MRs. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Manager Porter?
Morning, Mr. Chair. Morning, Council. I have nothing this morning. Thank you.
And Manager Solnier?
Morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Just a real quick update on our fire risk status. Weather forecast remains positive. Conditions continue to support our current no restrictions, and no changes are recommended at this time. Thank you.
And Manager Stapley?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I have no updates this morning.
Okay. Fast and quick. Okay, Council, let's go to item B2, consider rescinding bylaw 60-2025, no parking zone, Millerville Landing. We have engineering technologist Antle with us here today, page 6 of our agenda. Are you on something?
Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. Before you today, I have a request to review feedback from residents regarding bylaw 60-2025. And based upon this, consider rescinding it. Some background on this for those that aren't familiar. In September 2025, administration brought a report to council in response to concern expressed by a resident on Millerville Landing that parking on both sides of the road will impede emergency vehicle access. At that time, council authorized that the no parking zone be implemented. After reviewing responses from residents of Millerville Landing, we have summarized the following. 7 residents feel the bylaw should be rescinded and the signage removed. 3 residents feel the bylaw and signage should remain. An important note that each household was determined as for or against rescinding the bylaw. We did not count a letter from a husband and wife, as an example, as 2 different votes. Also important to note that due to a staff error, additional residents did receive the mail out. Figure 4 in your agenda package does show the additional area. And of those residents, 3 provided a response. 1 was in favor of removal and 2 in favor of the signs remaining. At this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any concerns.
Thank you very much, engineering technologist Antle, for that. We'll go to the councillor for the area, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the issue where 2 people in one household responded, it looks like that should be 2 residences that feel the bylaw should remain. But that was just from my review of the letters. And I've prepared a little statement here. This scenario at Millerville Landing exemplifies the value of proper risk assessment and management for budgeting purposes, public engagement, and transparency. It is apparent that the initial assessment and process which prompted the installation of the no parking signs was misinformed. The 13 residences were neither verbally polled nor in agreement, as was implied at some point in this process. The option to poll the residents, which was the 3rd option in the first reading in September 2025, was somehow overlooked as a viable option by the previous councillor for Division 3 and agreed upon by the previous council. This created a lack of transparency and public engagement. This led to the installation of the no parking signs without proper public engagement or transparency. This in turn led to the dissenting petition by the residents in opposition to the no parking signs. This in turn led to the polling of the residents by Foothills County. The poll is clear that the majority of the residents do not believe the signs are warranted, as they do not see parking as an issue or risk, and therefore do not want the signs. In light of our upcoming budget, this is a case in point to do our due diligence. This process presents a clear example of how county resources, i.e. taxpayers' hard-earned dollars, can be so easily wasted. The amount of hours this has consumed does not warrant any risk which was perceived. As with all issues that come across our desks, we must ascertain if our financial ability to engage justifies any risks or benefits, along with any upfront and long-term costs, which warrant our valuable time and spending tax dollars. We have to be cognizant of the demands we place on law enforcement and county staff as county officials and individual residents. We also have to be aware of how our processes are perceived by the residents we serve. For these reasons, I would be in agreement with the majority of the residents in Millerville Landing and vote in favor of rescinding this bylaw and have the no parking signs in Millerville Landing removed. I would give you the motion to rescind when the discussion has ceased.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anybody else? I am not seeing any, so I would take that motion for first reading to rescind the bylaw from Councillor Kendall. And if I don't see anybody, I will call the question. All those in favor of rescinding the bylaw? Motion carries. Thank you, engineering technologist Antle. Let's go
Thank you, Mr.
to
Reeve.
B4, municipal reserve licensing, page 29 of our council agenda. Manager Cornelson, I see Conservation Advisor McHugh's name is on here, but I'm guessing you are taking this today.
Yeah, so my apologies. Kathleen had a different place to be, a meeting to go to today, so she asked me to present this. And so this kind of came from her, but I also have some, it's also happened to me where I've ran into ratepayers who want to mow small parcels of the land that we own. They're called municipal reserves, and they want to do it for just to make it look nicer, to control weeds, things like that. And so they want an avenue. They've often asked an avenue to do that where they don't have to pay for this. And so currently, the way it's set up currently, there is quite a large sum they have to pay, but that's more set up for people who are doing it for profit, like they're bailing these larger MRs and things like that. So anyway, just asking for permission to go ahead with this plan to have a mechanism in place for these ratepayers to do this at no charge. They kind of call the county, we inspect the land, and then they sign a liability, and then they're mowing the grass. And as long as there's no profit, and there's no bids on the municipal reserve, so we think it's a kind of a win-win situation that they get it to look nice, and then it also, in our view, it takes care of weeds and fire prevention, things like that for us. So, yeah. Just looking for some discussion. This was talked about at our last Ag Service Board meeting, and just recommended to council to go ahead with this.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Revol.
Thank you for your presentation on the item. On page 32 of our staff report, we have this section on release of liability waiver, and under number 8, insurance, we're asking the person, the volunteer, if you want to call them, who's going to help do the work on the MR, we're asking them to add Foothills County as an additional insured party on their insurance. Is that something that's going to be completely discouraging to them to move forward with this volunteer project? Or do you find that it's something that the majority of people will just get that in order and still move forward with this?
So my understanding with that is that it's a quick call to the insurance company and they just put you on there. It's a very I guess a very common thing. So it shouldn't be. And so if they view that as an issue, then we can explain to them, just call your insurance company. You'll see how easy it is, I think. Yeah.
Like for that specific task, essentially, not
Yeah.
for, Foothills County for all matters.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, all right, as long as it can be specific. I just was hoping it wouldn't be a super deterrent since this is, I think, an excellent initiative to help that partnership continue. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Just further to that section 8 on the insurance, can it be reworded in some fashion to state what Councillor Deputy Reeve has said, in that the insurance would only be for mowing land? That way, if someone is looking at this waiver, they won't be scared off by that. Just my thoughts.
Through council to Councillor Estes, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem, I don't think, to add that.
Okay. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cornelison, I sure see the need for this, but I'm concerned that we have quite a few MRs that we are leasing right now of various sizes. Like, how do we deal with those folks that have already paid their monies and have the 5-year commitment, and now we're allowing MRs to be handled by the public and neighbors without a fee? So I'm thinking of one that was in my area that came to council a few months ago, and she's been leasing it for quite a number of years and re-signed on for another 5 years, and now we're giving them away, so to speak.
Through the Reeve to Councillor Alger. Yeah, I suppose that might be some kind of concern. I guess the focus of this is that it's not for profit. So then if they're just going out there and mowing the grass and say not, farming it essentially, then as soon as that happens, as soon as there's some kind of, where they're baling it and using the bales for profit of some kind, then that wouldn't be part of this. So.
If I may, so no running of horses on it or llamas or sheep or adding to their own pasture kind of thing. So it would be strictly a mowing thing.
Yeah. So it's currently it's just for mowing. Yeah. I think they would just mow it. Yeah.
Okay. That would probably alleviate some of the concerns. Okay. Thank you.
And just as I look at the proposed motion, it says, provided there are no bids for the municipal reserve. And so I guess that would imply that these are for parcels that there's not widespread interest and there hasn't been people putting bids and offers and such.
That's right.
So, okay. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just trying to, I don't really know where this is going, but so this comes down to the difference between, are we creating a new category under the fee bylaw? Are we still going to call this stewardship as opposed to a grazing reserve? I'm missing what the other categories are, but I believe this is falling under stewardship. Administration typically looks for cost recovery. That's why there's always been a fee if you're looking at stewardship. So I think the argument being put forward here is that there's a cost savings if ASB doesn't have to cover it. So maybe that's where it would make sense to waive the application fee towards stewardship. But I don't know if we need to, if this would fit under stewardship or if we have to have a different category underneath the fee bylaw. And I guess I would put that to Director Hemingway or CEO Payne for comment. Thanks.
I think CEO Payne's got this.
Yeah, and I guess just a couple of comments for council. My understanding of the process being put in front of council today is that this is very different than the MR licensing that we've done in the past or public land licenses that we've done in the past. This is really intended in situations where a person is only committing to maintain a property that may be adjacent to a property that they own from a mowing perspective. The licensing applications that council sees typically come forward are often situations where there might be economic benefit that an individual derives from either haying an MR or grazing an MR or having their own assigned use of that MR explicitly for that person. This is very different in that this is just individuals asking to mow an MR that may be adjacent to their property. So they're not necessarily seeing an economic benefit. They're not using it for any agriculture purpose or other purposes, and they don't have exclusive use of it. It still remains open to the public in general. So it is very different. I don't believe it's required to go into the fee bylaw only because we're not looking at charging a fee for these ones. If council does want to charge a fee to have people bring forward their request to simply mow the MR, then yes, that would need to go into the fee bylaw. That would be required under legislation.
Does that cover it?
Well, I believe under the fee bylaw, this would still fall under stewardship. So I think we're looking at waiving the stewardship fee. And so through the chair to Director Hemingway, am I on the mark here?
We aren't proposing a fee or an application process with this ability to mow the lawn or mow the grass of the adjacent MR. So council wouldn't see an application. It would be dealt with by administration if they were interested and had been. Some people just like to mow the lawn and spend their own money on gas, but we want to ensure that their liability risk is dealt with. So there isn't a contemplated application process and council wouldn't see it. And we aren't proposing a fee associated with this type of use.
Okay, well, thanks for that. What are we calling this? Is this not the same as stewardship under the MR licensing?
I think it's more maintenance. So somebody wishes to maintain the grass to a higher standard than the Agricultural Service Board is doing. But we are concerned that they're doing it without appropriate liability insurance in place.
Okay, well, thanks for that. Then just for clarity, what is a stewardship license then?
Typically, Donna or MLA Fowler will consider stewardship where somebody is haying or grazing the land, maintaining the trees on the land. They're usually fencing it, and they do not necessarily disallow public access. It may have a gate on it so that the public isn't necessarily invited into it.
And CO Payne?
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would suggest if council were supportive of what's in front of you this morning, that would lead into a process where as other MR licenses expire, MLA Fowler would be looking at what is contained within those licenses. And if there's stewardship licenses where actually a person's just mowing, they're not taking hay off, they're not grazing, they're not utilizing that MR for their exclusive use, those would then convert into this process where it would be an administrative procedure to put in place an agreement that protects the county's liability, but allows the adjacent resident to continue mowing if that's all that they're doing. And I would suggest too that anyone who's in a current license where they are simply just mowing, they would have the ability to come forward to staff and convert that to this agreement as well, if council's supportive of that approach.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else on, so we do have a proposed motion or a couple of options on page 29 of our agenda. Would anybody like to provide a motion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. I would give you the motion for administration to pursue the alternative measure of a category called maintenance for municipal reserves. Yeah,
As proposed.
yeah, as proposed, the only requirement being the signing of a liability waiver and no fees for such service. Thanks.
Okay, we have that motion. Everybody understands? That's the top one, as proposed. Okay, the council authorized ratepayers to maintain municipal reserves at no charge by signing a liability waiver, provided there are no bids for the municipal reserve and the maintenance is conducted on a non-profit basis. Councillor McHugh, does that get it?
Well, no, we have to come up with a new category, and that new category is maintenance. So that is the intent, yes. So it is for administration to come up with a new category of maintenance of reserves. And then, yes, then the rest of it is applicable.
So in that motion that's in our staff report, it does talk about and the maintenance is conducted on a nonprofit basis. So new category maintenance, if you just provide more clarity.
Got to have a category. There's no action there. So the category is to come up with a new reserve structure called maintenance as opposed to stewardship. And then the rest of that is applicable that council authorized repairs to maintain municipal reserve at no charge by signing a liability waiver provided there are no bids for municipal reserve and the maintenance is conducted on a nonprofit basis. But we have to have a category and a title for it to fall under. Thanks.
Okay. We all understand? Got it? Okay, I don't see anybody else. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. It is 9:30, the time we've been all anxiously awaiting for. Manager Hammond, 2026 budget. So we have the handout in front of us today. We have the big budget, and then we also have the budget book. So Manager Hammond, I guess just before we get started, I did have a question for you. I was at the field house on Saturday, got to spend some quality time with Santa Claus. Good conversations. Just was talking about the valuation of his sleigh on Christmas Eve. So I'm just wondering from a accounting perspective, how would you evaluate or put a valuation on Santa's sleigh? You would use the net present value. Got to love accounting jokes, even though nobody laughs, but I love the smile. So Manager Hammond, thank you very much for the work you've put into the budget. And I will turn it over to you to present this morning.
Good morning, Reeve Seward. Good morning, members of council, and thank you very much, Reeve Seward, for that joke. As we begin our budget deliberations, I'm reminded of the extensive range of services Foothills County provides to our growing community. Services relied upon by residents, visitors, businesses every day. Our organization is driven by dedicated employees who continually strive to enhance the quality of life for all. This budget marks an opportunity to set this council up for its own 4-year strategic planning process in the next month or two, where this council can set the direction for the county's future. In the coming years, we anticipate ongoing cost pressures and increased demand for services, requiring thoughtful and sometimes difficult decisions. This budget is designed to position us for sustainable growth, maintain fiscal responsibility, and ensure the continued delivery of high-quality services. Long-term planning will be increasingly critical as we address investments and maintenance needs for our existing assets. Administration looks forward to presenting this budget and welcomes your questions regarding the county's operations and achievements. As I facilitate today's discussion, I encourage your engagement and aim for council's approval for the 2026 fiscal year budget. Foothills County prides itself on disciplined budget process. After months of collaboration across departments, the proposed budget reflects our collective efforts to deliver council-directed services and accurately forecast supporting revenues. Departments develop their operating requirements with the support of the finance department. Proposals are reviewed by the senior leadership team and shaped according to council's priorities and service levels. This collaborative approach is a testament to the commitment of our team, and I extend my sincere appreciation to everyone involved. Administration is presenting the 2026 to 2029 operating and 2026 to 2030 capital budgets, which includes a proposed 1.66% tax increase. And for the average taxpayer, that's an average residential taxpayer has a property valued at about 1 million. This looks at increasing their taxes by about $18.50 every month. This increase does not account for changes to the 2025 education and RCMP requisitions, but does include an estimated assessment growth of 1.2%. The adjustment is necessary to maintain core services, invest in infrastructure, and introduce new or enhanced services aligned with council priorities and resident expectations. The proposed tax increase incorporates a contingency allocation of $800,000 and a cost of living adjustment of 1.9%, reflecting the provincial consumer price index as of October and with the national CPI at 2.4. Next, we'll walk through the operating budget, but by service area. But before we begin, I'll briefly review the county's organization structure to anchor the discussion. This slide provides an overview of Foothills County's organization structure, which is designed to ensure effective delivery of services and alignment with council priorities. At the top of the structure, we have council providing governance and strategic direction. Reporting directly to council is the Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Payne, who oversees all county operations. Under the CAO, the county is divided into 4 main service areas. Planning services led by Director Hemingway, Public Works Services led by Director Kruger with the support of our municipal advisor, Mr. River Cambrian, Corporate Services led by myself, and community and emergency services led by Director Saunier. Additionally, managers of municipal energy services and legislative services report directly to the CAO. The directors, along with the CAO, form the senior leadership team, providing guidance to departments that deliver both internal and external services to staff, residents, businesses, and visitors. This structure supports our commitment to responsive, high-quality service delivery and ensures accountability across areas of county administration. And next slide, we'll walk through just the different departments under each service area. So the planning services are responsible for planning and development, municipal lands, safety codes, and geographic information systems. Public Works Services oversees public works operations, infrastructure and utilities, agricultural services, and landfill management. Corporate services includes finance, human resources, information technology, taxation and assessment, utility billing, and safety. Community and emergency services encompasses fire services, enforcement and emergency management, parks and recreation, and family and community support services. In the following slides, we'll walk through each service area in detail, highlighting their roles, budget considerations, and some key initiatives for 2026. So Council and CAO's office service area provides corporate leadership in managing the county's operations by overseeing and directing all departments' administrative and operational functions. This service area includes the CAO, Municipal Advisor, Legislative Services Department, and General Administration. Council liaises with municipal, regional, provincial, and federal government officials, organizations, businesses, residents, and community groups to formulate policies and represent our community's position.
Sorry, Manager, I'm just going to jump in for a second here. So when we look at this budget book, so last week we were emailed a copy of it, and some printed off copies were provided then, and some more on Monday. Now today we got another copy of it, and there's some changes to that. So are you going to highlight those changes as we go? Because we're probably all working off of the older one.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And that's right. You've been given a new copy today. In last week's copy, there were a few graphic issues and font issues that were changed. Those were the main things. And there were a few lines overlapping, not visible enough for you to see. And those were the main changes in the tax in the capital budget. When I get there, I'll mention that. But there were two capital items taken from cemetery. Those were the memorial wall. The two lines, I think it was in Davisburg Cemetery and Cayley, 15,000 each. Those were the only two taken out. Besides that, everything else should be the same. It's just
okay. And the debt balance on page 39.
Right.
Very big change. So yeah, if you can just highlight, because we're probably all looking at the old one.
Okay, I will highlight that when I get there. Thank you. Going back to the budget for legislative services for 2026, for council's budget first. Council's budget reflects the cost of living adjustments and higher convention and conference expenses. The administration budget includes decreases in interest income, miscellaneous revenues, and contracted services. You will notice here that our interest income has significantly decreased because we are seeing decreased rates this year, and that's going to go into next year as well as compared to previous years. Legislative Services provides leadership, support, and direction to various departments, including council and many of the county's boards, committees, and tribunals. The department also supports regional entities such as the Sheep River Regional Utilities Corporation, the Foothills Regional Services Commission, and the Foothills Regional Airport. Some of the key functions include assessment review board management, council and committee coordination, Access to Information Act and the Protection of Privacy Act management, bylaw and policy management, election administration, records management, media release, and communications. The 2026 budget for legislative services is primarily due to increased operational expenses and a cost of living adjustment. In corporate services, we provide a foundation for all county departments by anticipating and responding to organizational, council, and public needs. Corporate services encompasses several key departments, namely the finance and utility billing, human resources, taxation, IT, and health and safety. And when we look at the finance and utility billing team, they're responsible for financial reporting and budget development, establishing internal controls, preparing audited financial statements, conducting financial analysis, managing payroll and benefits, and overseeing tangible capital assets and investment planning. The finance department also provides financial support to the Sheep River Utility Corporation and Foothills Regional Services. For 2026, the budget reflects an increase in mainly bank charges and a cost of living adjustment. And also following an organizational structure that occurred this year, the finance and utility department were consolidated, and the 2025 budget was restated for that comparison. This slide highlights the Human Resources Department, which plays a critical role in supporting employees throughout their entire life cycle with Foothills County. Human Resources is responsible for employee relations, legislative compliance, onboarding, orientation and offboarding, performance management, recruitment and selection, administration of policies and procedures, corporate training, and disability management and wellness programs. The increase in the 2026 budget for human resources is mainly due to cost of living adjustment. Next, taxation and assessment services. This slide highlights this department, and this department is responsible for managing property tax processes and property assessments within Foothills County. Taxation maintains all parcels and landowner data for properties within county boundaries. The team assists residents with tax installment payment plans, virtual county hall accounts, and provides tax services, tax searches, and certificates. And the assessment services determine property values for residential, farmland, and commercial properties. Accurate assessment ensures the equitable distribution of the tax levy among property owners. And this team is also committed to educating residents about the assessment process through stakeholder engagement and enhanced communication. The adjustment to the 2026 budget is due to a cost of living increases as well as operational expenses. The IT department is responsible for administering and maintaining the county's digital infrastructure. IT oversees the county's server and network infrastructure, computer systems, mobile devices, operating systems, and software. The department ensures safe storage and secure access to all digital information, supporting both daily operations and long-term strategic needs. And some of the key functions include cybersecurity, network, and connectivity management. And for 2026, the IT's budget reflects increases resulting from the centralization of contracted services for software licensing, as well as cost of living adjustment. Health and safety team advises on standard operating procedures and job hazard assessments, monitors health and safety systems performance, leads certificate of recognition audits, and liaises with external health and safety organizations. The department also proposes corporate occupational health and safety directives to ensure compliance and continuous improvement. This department serves as a resource for developing internal standards and advising on governing occupational health and safety legislation. It is the primary liaison to Alberta Occupational Health and Safety, which is OHS, and the Alberta Municipal Health and Safety Association. The adjustment to the 2026 budget, again, is due to cost of living adjustment and increases in contracted work and goods purchases. Fiscal services is where all property tax revenue is collected and requisition expenses are paid. Requisitions include education, the Marigold library system, West Winds communities, and designated industrial property requisitions. The funding transfer to the province for the RCMP policing of 2,093,000 is also included here. And the fiscal services hasn't changed because we don't have the requisitions for school as well as RCMP for 2026. It's just a minor increase in requisition for Marigold. These are estimates, Marigold requisition and the designated industrial property. Mr. Chair, I can pause here if there are any questions so far before I continue.
Questions so far? Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the director. So I guess the easiest way, this is basically we've done is broke page 11 down for the summary. But sorry, I missed it on council and CAO's office. So I was hearing most of the adjustments up are due to the cost of living. So like on the last one, there's no employees, so the increase isn't very big. So I get that. But what was going on with total council and CAO's office? That change there is that what have we added in? 431 on 4 mil. That's a pretty big variance.
Right.
So I'm guessing that's got to be the addition of a couple of employees.
Through the chair to
Yep.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, I just want to make sure that this is the slide you were referring to.
Oh, I went to the budget book and council admin. That doesn't include legislative services. I was just looking at the total of all three, council admin, legislative services. That's in our budget book on 11.
That wasn't in your slide presentation, I don't think, page 11 of the book.
Page 11. Right. Okay. Through the chair to Councillor McHugh. So are you referring to the 367,000 decrease or where? Which?
Well, it's not on that slide. If you do council, administration, and legislative services, the change from 2025, the change is 431,000 on 4 mil. And when I look at the rest of the numbers, that's a pretty large variance. So it's just comparatively, it's a big change. So I was just trying to get some rationale why that change was so big.
Right. Through the chair to Councillor McHugh. So for council, there's a bit of an increase there, mainly due to conferences and conventions, increase in conferences and convention expenses. Legislative services is mainly just operational increases as well as cost of living. And again, council has cost of living adjustment in there. Administration, I can get the details of that, but that's a net increase. There are decreases in revenue there because that's where we have interest income, and interest income has gone from about 1.9 to 900. And we've lost some revenue as well from annexation revenues that we used to get from Okotoks and Diamond Valley are done now. So in 2026, we are not getting those revenues. So there's a net decrease. There's a decrease in revenue there with an increase in expenses, which is creating a net increase in expenses there.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Sorry.
In previous years, you wouldn't have seen that because we were forecasting and we're getting good interest income. However, in 2026, we are not getting that much in income and we're losing some revenue as well.
I think CEO Payne has something to add.
Yeah, and just for council, in the detailed copy of the budget that was provided to council, if you flip over to page 3 of that document, you can see in the revenue section what was outlined by Director Hammond, where there's a substantial drop in revenue, 1.114 million drop in revenue, and that part of that is interest on investments, decrease in grant revenue and other sources as well. So I would say that explains the majority of that, but the detailed breakdown is in that second package that has far more pages included if you would like to see what the detail is on that.
Does that answer anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, but just a quick follow-up on that, if I may.
You bet.
So basically, because we've been taking money out of reserves for the water line and infrastructure projects, that's why our investment revenue is down.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, that is part of it. We're taking about 15 million from our reserves towards this water project. However, interest rates have dropped as well. So it's a combination of those two factors.
Thank you very kindly.
Okay. Thank you. I just had one question related to IT services. So we're looking at about a 30% increase. So I'm looking at page 24 of the budget book, about a 30% increase to costs there. So I'm just wondering if you can explain the centralization of contracted services, if you could just explain that a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So we have the organization runs on a lot of software applications. These software applications have user fees, and with most of them, they have licenses. So depending on the number of users using these softwares, we have all these costs times the number of users using these. Now, we do have these costs in different departments across the organization. However, this year I've asked IT just to get a good handle on how much we're paying in license fees for the organization. I've asked IT to consolidate that and have it just in the IT department. That way we can see what softwares we have and maybe in the future see how best we can maximize or leverage getting systems that can do multiple things and not just one thing. And that's why you see that big increase in the IT budget, is because we've brought all that from all the various departments in-house into IT.
Okay, thank you for that. CEO Payne?
Yeah, and for council, there's one other wild card in our IT services department, and that's Foothills Fiber. So council's aware, we've recently let a contract to expand out to the landfill. The next logical stage will be to expand to some of the residential areas around the landfill as well with that system. And I think as council's aware, the contract for ONED services comes to a conclusion in the spring of next year. So we will be looking to council for support either on a new services contract, or we're also looking at an option to provide that service in-house if there's not a good contract that we can find outside of ONET to provide the back-end support that's required for our current service. As council's aware, that's building additional revenue and customers over time. It's been self-funding so far, but with ONET stepping away, it's created a situation where we've got to look at other options for operating that, and that could come at a higher cost for the short term as we continue to build customers on that system as well.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you. Through the chair to Director of Finance. So we don't make any money on the Foothills fiber at all.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall. As of now, we don't have enough we don't have enough clients or customers to bring in much money. We're not making much.
But eventually, maybe.
Eventually, as we, if council decides to expand the network and expand the infrastructure, we could potentially see some new
Yeah,
revenue.
Just in that same vein, so these data centers that we're contemplating at the moment, it sounds like the operational expenses, like to do all the technology that we're doing, does cost a lot. And would the data centers be profiting potentially off from Foothills County?
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, I don't think so, but I can defer to Director of Planning to speak further.
Certainly.
Director McMee.
Thank you. Any conversations we've had with applicants, proponents of future construction of data centers have indicated they'll be constructing their own dedicated fiber. They will not be sharing. They're not able to. The amount of data they require is significantly larger than any existing infrastructure in the ground, and they'll be doing their own. They will be using ours.
I just had one more question on the finance department page, number 20, under revenue. Why is it so low, like $200,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, are we talking about the detailed budget book or the detailed budget or the budget book? Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, so there's a decrease in revenue of just $1,000, and there's an increase in expense of 220, and that's the net as a 221. Now the increase in expense is due to, as I mentioned, it's due to us going through a restructure and merging the utility billing department with the finance department. And that's why you're seeing that increase. And again, most of it is and also increase in bank charges as well as cost of living.
No, not so much the expenses, but the revenue. Where does that particular little amount of revenue specifically come from?
Or where did the revenue come from? Through the chair to Councillor Kendall. So we don't actually generate revenue as a department, but we do have cost recoveries from the other services that we provide to the other commissions. That's how we do get some cost recovery. So those are cost recoveries.
You.
Yeah.
And just to clarify as well, that big drop in the investment income from in 2024, 2.5 million, and then the subsequent drop, and then to 1.8 million, and then the projected drop to 1.9. So was that all just like interest charges or interest rates going down and affecting the investments? And what is the amount of the total investments that is being generated from?
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall. So the past couple of years, or since 2023, 2024, interest rates were really good. Just coming out of COVID, interest rates are really high. And we did gain some wins on our investment income with some some GICs and some investments and some bonds. Obviously, the GICs were much better than compared to the bonds. However, in the last or this year, and again, I mean, you've seen that the decrease, that you've seen the trend, that interest rates are going down, and it's just the market, it's just the way rates are right now. Bond rates are higher, but not as much. GICs were doing much better a couple of years ago. The forecast is that rates are going to stay low next year, and also we, depleting one of our major reserves, which has about close to 15 million in there. We'll be depleting that next year, so we'll be losing some interest income on that, which is for the water project.
So that's going to the Aldersyde Water Treatment Plant.
That's right.
Yeah. So what is the sort of the main, the amount?
Total, yeah. So as of the end of last year, we have total reserves of about 38 million.
38 million.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other further questions. So Manager Hammond, please proceed with the next steps.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving on to community services, community and emergency services area. This area is dedicated to fostering a healthy, vibrant, and welcoming community while ensuring public safety. This service area encompasses parks and recreation and cemeteries, family, community support services, enforcement services, and emergency management, and of course, the fire department. Looking at the family and community support services, this department manages, no, actually the Parks and Rec department manages 13 parks as well as 6 cemeteries, and oversees arena operations at the Scott Seaman Sports Ring, the jointly operated regional field house that we have with the town of Okotoks. And this department, the Parks and Recs department, is also responsible for the county-owned and operated Foothills Regional Airport. Core functions include sanitation and pageantry, airport management, recreation programs, emergency management, and cemetery operations. These services ensure that residents have access to recreational amenities and well-maintained facilities. For 2026, the budget reflects increased revenue resulting from bringing in the airport in-house, as well as increases in contracted services expenses and cost of living adjustment. The Family and Community Support Services, mostly known as FCSS, delivers a range of programs and services. Some of these programs include awareness and education programs, parenting programs, resource centers, seniors and intergenerational programs, as well as volunteering, training and recognition initiatives. The adjustment to the 2026 budget for FCSS is due to actually decreases in operating expenses. In the enforcement services and emergency services department, this department is responsible for maintaining public safety and coordinating emergency response across Foothills County. The key functions include traffic enforcement, bylaw enforcement, animal control, emergency coordination center, and commercial vehicle inspection. For 2026, the budget includes increased revenue from patrol fines, as well as increases in operating expenses and cost of living adjustment. The fire department The key function for the fire department include public education, fire inspection, investigation services, fire suppression, emergency medical services, as well as rescue services. And for 2026, the budget includes increases for repairs and maintenance on some of the smaller fire stations, and as well as increase in the purchase of equipment, shared service costs, and cost of living adjustments. Again, Mr. Chair, if there are any questions on that service area, I'll be happy to answer those questions now.
Councillor Kendall has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a breakdown somewhere of where the Foothills Fire Department money goes to the different fire halls?
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, yes. If you look on,
Maybe it's in here.
yeah. So if you look at pages 817.
Because I seem to recall in looking at things previously that Heritage Point gets, half of the budget for firefighting. Is that an exaggeration or is that true? And if so, not that you have to answer that because that's not your department, but it is in this ledger sheet though.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall. Yes, if you look at so in your detailed budget booklet from pages 17 to 22, you have you have the breakdown of cost for the respective or the different stations. And you are right that the Heritage Point Fire Hall has the biggest budget, mainly because it's a full-time manned station.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm not seeing any other. Oh, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Director Hammond. So originally I was going to ask you on your spreadsheet, Parks and Recreation kind of was in a different area. Now we see that Parks and Recreation is under Community Services, which is fine. I think I'm starting to understand that. So normally I would think that some of Parks and Rec would be Public Works, but so when I'm looking at the funding, I think this all makes sense to me now. Public Works is generally out of taxes and Parks and Rec is coming out of LGFF. So my question is can you just explain a little bit on the difference in funding between taxes and LGFF?
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, I'm assuming that you're referring to the capital budget. Are we talking about operating or capital budget?
I was looking at the capital. Yeah.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, if it's okay with you, I can address that question when we get to the capital budget. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions at this point, so please proceed to Public Works.
Thank you. So Public Works service area is comprised of three main divisions. We have the operations, agricultural services, and infrastructure and utilities. And in the following slides, I will provide more detail on each service, on each of the divisions within public service and outline some of the responsibilities that they have there. So in looking at public works operations, this is a cornerstone of our municipal services, responsible for maintaining and improving the county's infrastructure to meet both current and future needs. The team manages approximately 1,200 kilometers of gravel roads and 1,000 kilometers of MRO chip seal roads, ensuring safe and reliable transportation for residents and businesses. The main operational responsibilities include street lighting, culverts and approaches, road construction and maintenance, snow and ice control, dust control, road signage, and bridge repairs. The adjustment for 2026 budget includes decrease to grant revenue for capital assets, and increases in contracted services as well as cost of living adjustments. The Ag Services Board plays a vital role in supporting sustainable agriculture and rural life in Foothills County. Their mandate is to uphold provincial legislation, including the Alberta Weed Control Act, Agricultural Pest Act, and Social Conservation Act through inspections, monitoring, and enforcement. Core services and responsibilities in this area include soil conservation, lending and rental of equipment, traps and signage, pest control, animal health and emergencies, vegetation management, weed and pest inspection, maintenance of municipal trees and green spaces, and as well as educational workshops for residents and producers. For 2026, the budget reflects an increase in provincial grant funding as well as higher provincial cost and cost of living adjustments. This enables us to maintain service levels and respond to emerging challenges in agriculture and rural stewardship. Infrastructure and utilities are essential to the daily lives of our residents and the economic health of Foothills County. This team is responsible for maintaining and upgrading critical systems that deliver safe water, manage wastewater, and support community growth. The key services include maintenance of water and wastewater infrastructure and water testing and quality assurance. Again, the 2026 budget is changing the 2026 budget is due to increase in cost of living and maintenance, which is further offset by decrease in contracted services and supplies. Moving on to the last service area for the operating budget is the planning services area. This service area is responsible for guiding the county's growth and development, ensuring that land use decisions align with council's strategic direction and the Municipal Government Act. This team manages long-range planning, development applications, safety codes, municipal lands, and GIS services. The main responsibilities of this service area includes long-range planning and development of municipal lands. For the 2026 budget, the planning services area shows an increase. Their budget reflects an increase in revenue and as well as high operational expenses, which also includes cost of living adjustments. The GIS unit provides professional mapping, GIS, and addressing services to the entirety of the municipal organization. In addition, they assist other agencies, including local school boards, provincial 911, universities, and the RCMP. The adjustment to the 2026 budget is a combination of decreased operational expenses and cost of living adjustments. Mr. Chair, before I continue, I would like to pause here if there are any questions.
Okay, questions regarding the public works and planning sections? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Director Hammond, just looking at development and planning here, and I think this is a positive, but when we go out to 27, 2028, 2029, like we kind of have a little bit of a robust increase here, but then moving out into the future, looks like we're going from 1.1 million to 900,000 from 26 to 27. Just kind of curious what's happening there.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, I can't speak to the details of that right now. However, as we've always done, we're going to be reviewing each of those years individually every year. I can definitely provide the details of what's going on there to council. But I just want council to also know that we have the opportunity to review the budget, the future budgets every year. So these are just forecast and not budgets set in stone.
Okay, well, I like this. It's nice to see numbers go down instead of up. So that's wonderful. But so I would just hit that on infrastructure and utilities, and this is way out there, but why would we in 2029 that number is drastically lower than the 2028?
Sure. What page are you looking at?
Well, I just skip back to public works, and when I look at infrastructure and utilities, when I look at the 2029.
Through the chair to Councilor McHugh, I appreciate you looking forward, but I don't have the details on that right now. I can definitely provide that, but I also want council to know that we do review the budgets every year, and so those are just forecast, and we'll definitely have the opportunity to review it in an open meeting.
Okay. Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair. On the Public Works page as well, I'm assuming the revenue of 7.7 million is all grants? Not sure where the road Public Works gets revenue.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, in 2025, yes, it's mostly grants. I'll say about 98, 99% of that is grants. In 2026, however, that has gone down. It's mostly grants. It's gone down. And that's a combination of CCBF and LGFF grants.
Thank you. Just a suggestion that for us, budget dummies like Budget 101, maybe you could have in your book next time, like where the revenues come from. Sorry.
Nope, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm looking at page 53 of the budget. Stormwater maintenance. So there's a bunch of categories here that were zero last year, and now there is a number. So would I be correct to assume that this is a new categories that we've added that were in different categories previously?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's a correct assumption. That's a new service, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's an Artesia piece there, $220,000. Now we spent a swack load of time and energy there this past summer. Is it not complete and more work to do, or what's the plan there? Through to Manager Kruger, I guess.
I'll pass that to Director Kruger.
Thank you, Son. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reef. Just to answer that, yeah, we did a lot of work in Artesia this year. We repaired a few bioswales there. We're going to monitor them, and there's a few more that need to be repaired. We figured it'd be a good idea to create new codes for stormwater, as it's become a big maintenance thing that we need to repair. It includes, things such as cleaning out oil grit separators on a yearly basis as well. Yeah, for the Artesia, one for the bioswales, we'll repair those bioswales as needed on a yearly basis going forward.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess just back, I guess to either one of you. So when we look at the stormwater maintenance categories, so we've got a whole bunch of our hamlets and communities listed there with a budget category. I find it interesting that all of our new hamlets and communities are listed here with a budget category for stormwater maintenance, but our old hamlets, Cayley, Blackie, Alderside, there's not even a category 4. So we're figuring there's not any need for any stormwater management work in these old hamlets.
Thank you, Mr. Reef. There is stormwater work going on in those areas. Kaylee, for example, yeah, it likely is a good idea. We could revisit adding stormwater codes for those areas. Currently, if it's Kaylee, it's ditch work. It could fall either under road works we're doing, or in the past, it's either gone under road or utility work. But when we looked at the stormwater, it was specifically stormwater infrastructure, pipes in the ground, manholes, oil grit separators, storm ponds, systems with pumps. So infrastructure related storm. Whereas in Blackie and Gailey, there are culverts here and there, but it's mostly overland. So hopefully that answers that question.
Okay, you bet. Thank you very much. And I'm looking at page 31. So there's a income for public works and utilities, regular road grant. So is that LGFF or what is that regular road grant?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, 31 of the budget book.
No, of the
Detail.
detailed budget.
And sorry, can you repeat the question again, please?
Well, I've never heard the term regular road grant. Is that
Oh,
LGFF or
that's-
C?
Yes, that's a combination of LGFF and CCPF. And
Okay.
yeah.
And I'm also looking at the engineering piece for public works. So there's a construction engineering, gravel crush engineering, and general engineering. Most of these have a 100% or more increase. So we got a bunch of big engineering projects planned. And secondly, is that part of, is that covered under LGFF funds as well, or how does that all work?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I can speak to the funding part, and I'll defer the increases in expense in engineering expense to Director Kruger. No, the LGFF doesn't cover that. It won't cover that, and that's why they are included here.
Okay.
But in terms of the increase in expense, I'll let Director Kruger speak to that.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the gravel crush engineering, sorry.
As in the gravel pits, there's a number of engineering costs. So one's related to the measurement of the stockpiles at the end of the year for asset management, and it becomes an asset. As well, you have engineering for your pit designs and for reclamation. So there's regular costs every year for those items as well. Also, many items that Public Works do require engineering, or engineering sign off on them in order to meet our obligations from a liability point of view. So there's every year there's a certain amount of engineering that takes place. Some of it comes to council if we'll say a preliminary design for a road, or even a final design. So these are items that happen on a regular basis. If we look at the stormwater work that was done, we had to employ engineers to be part of that as well. So that's in general, every year there will be a number of items that require stamp and seal on a design, and they're hard to predict in many cases because there may be maintenance or a failure of some type.
Okay, yeah, I guess like I'm looking at, so gravel crush engineering going from 50,000 to 200,000. Administrative general engineering going from 0 to 120,000. What was the other one? 39. Those are some pretty big increases. So I'm just looking for understanding of, there must be certain projects that we're looking at or something.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve, and through the Reeve to the floor, just to answer that question. Going back to the gravel crushing engineering, that also includes a gravel study that we need to do next year. It also includes, there's a gravel pits we need to reclaim that are coming up next year. So that's why you see that increased cost. With the general engineering, that's a new line item we created just for better tracking. It splits it out better. There was a previous item where all of that was included. So we've just created a new line item for that one, just to for better tracking for the construction or the general engineering part.
Okay, no, that helps. But you brought up another question, gravel study. So is this something that's going to come before council before it's done, or what? Like, what is it? If not, then I guess what is a gravel study?
Through the Reeve, that's correct. That book, if council approves that to go through, that's something we will review next year and it will come before council for approval.
Okay, thank you. My final question in this section, so I'm looking at page 40, snow and ice work contracted. So we're going from $100,000 to $200,000. What snow and ice work do we contract out? Page 40 of the white pages.
Apologies, I have a lot of notes here. I just got to find my reference notes here.
Mr. Chair, I might be able to help Director Kruger. I might not have all the details of, but this line is generally for contracted services that we have. That's where we pay contract services. As to the different specific contracts that we have for snow clearing, I'm not, Director Kruger will be the best person to speak to that, but it's generally a line for contracted services. And so I'm assuming that we have contracts with third parties to clear snows in different areas.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where we're doing.
Okay.
Thank you. And just thank you to Manager Allard, who's listening in online, sending me some notes here. That's correct. It's Volker, increases in cost for Volker, street sweeping, line painting, anytime there's damage, repairs from plows. So it is that contracted services that we're seeing increased fees on.
Okay. Oh, thank you for that. I wasn't picturing sweeping and line painting as part of snow and ice work, but thank you. Any other questions regarding public works and planning? Councillor Kendall.
Maybe not exact through the chair, maybe not exactly public works. Well, yes, no public works. So I've been hearing a lot lately that we take over from developers, take over their responsibilities for water and roads. If I'm incorrect, let me know, but just kind of curious how that impacts us financially and legally, liability and all that kind of stuff. And what is the long-term burden to taxpayers, if any, or is it an advantage when we take over from contract or developers that kind of leave us holding the bag?
Thank you. Through the Reeve to Councillor Kendall, there might be a few of us that like to respond to this question. I can pass it to Director Hemingway and potentially advisor Reva Cameron too. Just to explain the process, when a subdivision gets approved, the developer is responsible for everything from the start building the infrastructure. They go through a process. They have liability insurance while they're constructing the work. There's development agreements, there's engineering they're held to. Once everything's constructed and complete, we give them a CCC certificate, a construction completion certificate. from the date that's signed, there's a 2-year maintenance period, where they are responsible for the road. The county is not, the developer is responsible. After that 2-year is done, we do more inspections to see if there's any existing damage or if they've repaired any damage that was identified at the CCC stage. We don't take over anything that has any deficiencies, that the roads, the ditches, water, everything has to be repaired or in working order for us to take over. And that's called the FAC. That's the final acceptance certificate. So at that time, that's when it will come to council. We'll let council know that this development have received their final acceptance certificate. In the case of a road or storm system or water, wastewater, we take it over as a county road, county system at that time. And then that's the time where you'll see an impact. It's additional roads we have to plow. It's additional ditches we have to mow. It's additional water systems we have to take care of. So that's just from the public works side, that's our involvement. And it does, every road that we take over, FAC is a road we have to maintain in the future and account for. So with that, I can pass it off to Director Hemingway or.
Go ahead if you.
I think that was a pretty thorough explanation with respect to roads. Maybe I'll just suggest that the applicant is required to execute a development agreement as a condition of approval of council, which does include the provision of a letter of credit for, 125% of the cost of the construction based on engineering. That is held as a letter of credit until CCC, in which case we release 100 and maintain the 25% for the 2-year maintenance period. And then once FAC is issued there, all their letter of credit is refunded. It isn't, it's a process that's worked quite well. We have the 125% requirement is critical. And I've always, occasionally we've had developers request a lesser amount, and we've held the line on that. And I think that's been one of the reasons why we have had such successful development and so few problems associated with the construction of infrastructure, as people do want their money back. It's a lot of money, and letters of credit are very expensive. But as council may recall, when we did our orientation a few weeks back, I held up a graphic really quickly. I didn't let you look at it for very long, but it showed an iceberg at the top of what council typically sees in a council day. Today is not a typical day when you're looking at budget, but how it spreads out and increases. So the more growth you have, the more roads you have, the more taxpayers you have paying taxes. Is there an offset of taxes for the cost of maintenance and infrastructure improvements over time? Some of the questions can be answered through asset management when you have an understanding of what you own and when it will typically be required to be replaced or upgraded. So it's important to keep in mind that increases in growth mean increases in infrastructure, mean increases in taxpayers, mean increases in maintenance. Growth across the entire spectrum of the municipality will always be there and will increase.
Councillor, is that all?
I did have another question. Sorry, I don't mean to be hogging this, but so the 24-25 budget comparison, sorry, I don't have a hard copy. It's just a screenshot here. But the 2025 budget for taxes was 71,717,212. And yet in this 2025-2026 budget comparison, it's quite a bit different. It's 80,687,000. And the requisitions, I think it was requisitions, for the 2025 budget are different as well. There might be some other differences, but that just stuck out to me. So the 2024-2025 budget comparison was requisitions were 25 million. And in this comparison, our recent one, they were 30 million. So I was just a little bit confused by that as well.
Through the chair to Councillor Kandel. So you're right. What you're seeing there is what it was before the budget was approved. Now the budget was approved when the tax levies were about 70 million. However, what the approval of the budget meant that we collected more money to the 80 million that you're seeing there. So that's the difference. It's just that should have last year's approval or last year's final document should have showed, or this year's final document should have shown 80 million from 2024, which was a 70 million to 80 million this year. And so next year is going to go from 80 million to the new levy that we won't know till the spring. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the Director of Public Works. Thank you for that fabulous explanation of the difference between CCC and FAC. But for budget purposes, is there a historical number we use? Much like the cost of living adjustment, is there kind of, I would call it a FAC general increase that is used for budgeting purposes as an expectation to an increase in the public works budget?
I think CAO Payne maybe has an answer.
So, and you're speaking to the irrevocable letter of credit, Councillor?
Well,
McHugh?
I was going with if we have, is there a historical number that, you know, it's expected there'll be a 1% increase in the public works department due to the issuance of final acceptance certificates that would be like 1%? Like, is there a historical growth number for public works that is used for budgeting purposes?
Not necessarily. And again, that goes back, I think, to the comments that Director Hemingway made, where once an FAC is issued, theoretically, you've then had that growth area, whether it's a subdivision or a handful of parcels or more parcels built out. By the time you've put the last, say, lift of pavement on the road, you've then had already the homes go up and they're paying taxes in that same year. And it's intended that that tax base then pays for itself on an operational basis for the maintenance of the roads or whatever infrastructure was required as a result of that development. And I'm sorry, I thought you were referring to the irrevocable letter of credit where we do accept 125% of an anticipated engineered cost. And that's in order to cover increasing costs over the course of a project that a developer may undertake as well, so that you ensure upfront you've taken 125% of anticipated costs. By the time you're, say, 5 years down the road, you've still got adequate funds in hand. If there are deficiencies, if there are warranty issues, you've got money to deal with those in the event that a developer to walk away from a project as well. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple questions. One was regarding the stormwater system in Artesia, and that's an oil separation facility we've created there to manage the stormwater before it's returned to the river.
Through the reef to Councillor Callister, for Artesia, they have something called bioswales. It's basically in the ditches. It's a little drain where the water goes in and then it flows. There's also weeping tile systems in between the drains. It's not functioning. There was some issues we ran into, some repairs we had to do. And from that bioswale system, it runs to the storm system that's in the road, the pipes in the road that eventually run to the storm ponds. Now, an oil grid separator is a means of treating some of this storm water before it goes into the pond. So it catches a lot of oils and grit, basically. It's a big manhole where everything from the street goes into. It settles, and then the water goes on top of it and into the pond. And then from the pond, if there's ever overflow, it goes to the river. Now, those oil grit separators have to be, because they fill up. Once they're filled up, they're not treating anymore, and they could cause backups into the storm system. So we have to go in there, hydrovac those out. Typically in the past, I believe utilities just absorbed a lot of those costs. So that's why you see some of these new line items, because it's a bigger and bigger maintenance thing that we need to track better and identify and just separate it out. So these costs were in a way always there, just under a different line item. And that kind of goes towards what Councillor McHugh was asking as well. Part of us creating some of these new line items is to help start tracking these additional costs better reflected on our end to help for budgeting in the future as well. Hopefully that answers your question.
So the $220,000, that's going to be an ongoing cost, or this was a one-time cost and now we have it in hand other than the hydrovac costs to maintain them?
Through the reef, for now, it's the ones we've identified that we need to repair next year. Our crew's done a great job. It's an interim repair that's looking like it's going to be a permanent repair. We had a senior geotechnical engineer observe the work while we were doing it, gave us some input and advice. So we'd like to see how it moves through the winter. And when that's complete, we have to go back to the ones we've repaired. We have to put the pavement back, the asphalt back. We have to put the concrete back and some landscaping. And then the remaining funds is to identify the other problem spots as we go. So it will most likely be an ongoing item until we've repaired all of the bioswales in Artesia.
Thank you very much. And my other last question on this was the bridge repair line item. Bridge repairs. So I understand that the province has downloaded the costs of bridge maintenance to the county. Public work bridges. So we've got an engineering cost, $15,000, and for 2026, it's gone to $30,000. Where is this bridge repair occurring?
For the reef to Councillor Callister. So how that bridge maintenance works is this was the first year we had a contract to inspect our bridges. It's gone very well. Through that, there's certain maintenance repairs we need to do to the bridges. Unfortunately, I can definitely bring a list to council when that comes up with our plan on which bridges we're repairing. Our crews have done an excellent job in the past. When there's bridge repairs we can do with our forces, we do them. We don't. Some of them will have to be contracted out. I don't believe that's the plan for next year for some of these. But some of these repairs do require engineering before we do them, and that's where you see some of that increase there.
So just further to that, for the bridge repair, the Blue Bridge in Division 7, what are we, do we have any forecasts as to what's going to go on with the Blue Bridge down 552?
For the reef to Councillor Callister, that Blue Bridge, that's the one. Bridges on highways is provincial responsibility, not county.
So we're not looking at fixing that bridge up, and we're looking to the province to do that. So they haven't downloaded that cost to us.
No, they have not.
They're just not
provincial
fixing the bridge. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. I just have one question. I've looked through all this and I can't see where the rental of the Nutrient building is. And I'm assuming that is a rental, or am I incorrect in that?
Also, yes. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Estes. Are you referring to the rental, the lease cost for the CS? It's in our common services, community services administration. I think I can look up the page for you in the detailed budget, but it's all under community services. So through the chair to Councillor Estes, if you look at page, it starts from page 14 to page 15. And if you look at, so if you look at the line, the line item, community services and other services, that's where the custodial work is. The lease payments though are in administration, which is on a different page. It's under general administration, and that is on page 4. That is, you see a line item there that says High River Egg Society lease payments, and that's 99,000 there on page 4 of your detailed booklet.
Okay, thank you. It was mentioned the other day that that building is half empty. Any plans that we know of using the rest of it for paying this kind of money? Sorry, it's in my voice.
Through the chair to Councillor Estes, I might pass that on to the CAO. That's good.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair. No plans so far to utilize the full building, but if demand in terms of space for staff does come at some point in the future, that's one that we would certainly look very closely at, because it would be efficient to have staff located in the same building where we can make use of the same printers and the same cleaning services, and just having everyone in a similar spot would be beneficial. I know the staff over there don't always enjoy the sounds that come when dogs are taking their run upstairs and some of those things. So having an office function upstairs would be a benefit, but that's not something that's contemplated in this budget. But if we do get to that point, that is an option, certainly.
Maybe just would add quick. So what we're, the lease payment that we're paying on that is not for the upstairs either. We're only leasing the bottom floor. So the upstairs is up to the Ag Society, whatever they choose to do. Councillor Kendall, and then I think we're going to take a break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on my previous question a little bit, just because I'm still a bit confused about the taking over of things, like the pipeline to Millerville was, in my opinion, kind of a takeover of the original development. Hawks by Prentice Greens, something happened there. And then the takeover of the reservoir at West Foothills. And yeah, so a little explanation about that in regards to budgeting. And Green Haven, when I was at the agricultural board, we got a little printout on that, and Foothills looks after the trees in a few, for about, what was it, 200 to 300 trees in Foothills County. I think there was one in Blackie they're responsible for, but over 200 of them are in Green Haven. And the cost for fertilizing and watering those trees is like $200,000. So I'm a little confused because that Green Haven was like, why are we paying for that?
Go ahead, Municipal Manager Reva Cameron.
So within the development process of these subdivisions, there are designs, and in some cases where you're at the Heritage Point, the lake at Heritage Point, Artesia, Hawks Landing, Prentice Greens, Green Haven, not so much out west because they have natural trees more than the eastern ones. Blackie and Cayley, you have trees that are in public right-of-ways, and they become ours to maintain. Council, to this point in time, has agreed to follow the original design of where the trees are going to be. We've had to change what type of trees they put in because some of them haven't been very hardy. But that's part of that development, is part of the design, and has been accepted in the past. Because they're in public right-of-ways, they become ours to maintain, or they're in municipal reserves in some cases. So that's where, those costs come from. I would have to check on Greenhaven to see for this year how many trees are, if that cost 200,000 seems, uh, oh, yeah, but it seems a little bit high. We were doing some stormwater work in Greenhaven, so anyway, we'll have to check on that. But that's where, when it comes to development, there are certain operational costs that follow with development. And as the CAO mentioned, a lot of these items are then covered by the individuals that are paying taxes in those developments. I mean, we can have a long discussion on this, but really, this is my view of it. But what you have to watch out is what county road is bringing you to the development more than the road within the development. So we have some roads out there where you should never approve another lot on, no matter what, because as soon as council approves, there's then a move to try and fix these roads, or to dust control them, or to MRO county roads. And if it's only one lot, you will never recover the increase in operational costs from that. On other developments, so they're coming on to sometimes provincial highways, or they're coming onto a paved county road, and they're far more self-sustaining, depending on that. I mean, I probably know a list of a few roads in the county that it would be in the tens of millions if council approved a development on them, to fix the road, not the internal road, which the developer does, but the external road. So it's something that will always be brought up by Public Works when council's considering subdivision. There's lots of studies out there on where development might be beneficial and where it isn't. And I hate to say this, but one of the most costly is first parcel out. First parcel out subdivisions create more operational costs than other types of development in many cases. But it's fairly standard province-wide that they're allowed.
I would just add a piece to the trees there. So this has certainly come up a few times in the past, and so it was referred to the ASB as they're the ones that do the maintenance and looking after those trees. So we did have a report on our last, I believe it was our last ASB meeting regarding the trees, but there was some unanswered questions and pieces that weren't very clear. So that was postponed, and I believe a more fulsome report is coming to our next ASB meeting. With that, I don't see any further questions. So before we proceed to long-term debt and capital budget, let's take a 7.5 minute break. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to go to CEO Payne to further answer the question about trees.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that was a really great question that Councillor Kendall asked about um, trees as one example of landscaping obligations, which becomes an operational cost to Foothills County post-development. And I just wanted to make all of council aware that there is currently a standard that the prior council had approved in terms of all landscaping, and that involves mowing within right-of-ways, maintenance of islands, and tree maintenance. All of those items have a specific standard that Foothills County has set as our baseline standard that we will maintain within, I'll call them urban built-up areas throughout Foothills County. Many communities have actually a higher level standard that they wish to maintain those public spaces to. And there's an agreement that council had authorized that's in place with many of they can be a condo corporation, it can be a community association, it can be a homeowners association. But where there are instances where a community wishes to have the standard increased on their maintenance, those communities and their organizations are responsible for that increased cost at their own cost. And we contribute an amount equal to the standard that council has set. So that's certainly something we can bring back for council to have a look at in the future as well. I would also mention that, you know, in many other jurisdictions where there's substantial storm infrastructure in place, and where a municipality might collect utility rates for water and wastewater and other services. Oftentimes, storm utilities are a cost on a utility bill as well. That's not something that the county has implemented ever, but it is something that other communities use as a revenue opportunity to ensure that residents that are utilizing those services are also paying for them within their communities. But just a couple of really quick, I guess, lessons learned for council to wrap up the operational part of the budget discussion. From a growth and development point of view, I think Advisor Riva Cambron mentioned an important one when subdivisions are being looked at. Seeing where that location is relative to other infrastructure is very important because it can cause conflicts and it can cause unintended costs for the county from a long-term point of view. Bioswales as a solution to stormwater, we've learned in the past that's not a great approach. You don't see that being approved in many other communities. I think we've all learned at the same time that in our climate, it's not a great approach to dealing with stormwater. It's costly and it requires repairs quite often. The other one that I would just mention for council that didn't come up today is small communal water systems come at quite a substantial cost. Over the last council term, I believe, I'm looking at the other councillors, we've taken on 3 different water systems. So when you have these small communal systems proposed in a small development within Foothills County, lessons learned is that it's really not cost effective to do that because at some point down the road, the community gets tired of operating those systems, and through the Water Act and the MGA, it ends up as something that becomes a municipal responsibility at an additional cost. Now, council has given direction to administration to ensure that our water utility rates are intended to be cost neutral. It's intended that those rates cover the full operating costs, so the users who are benefiting from pipelines and water paying full rates. There's also a component there that's put towards depreciation costs to set us up for the future so that there are funds being put aside so that as infrastructure ages out and needs replacement or needs repairs, that there will be funding there as well. Now, that's a longer term discussion that we need to have with council. I know the municipal advisor and Director Kruger have a report that'll be coming to council in the future here that reviews our rates and where we need to be in order for that philosophy to carry on. But just wanted to mention those few things before we wrap up the operational budget, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just through the chair to the floor, just to address one of Councillor Kendall's previous questions, I'd just like to show council page number 36 on the detailed booklet. It's near the top, horticulture work contracted. That is all the county work contractor, that includes the watering, everything. So you'll see there's a proposed $50,000 increase from 75,000 to 125. Some of that work is to compensate for more services, and potentially put off the need to buy a new tractor and mower this year. But that's where that little bit of increase is coming from. But that 125, proposed 125% is county-wide.
Go ahead, Councillor Kendall.
Perhaps Reeve Seward and Councillor Alger can help if they remember, but I will bring the sheet that we were given by, was it Bree Webb? That indicated, unless my memory's really serving me poorly, but the fertilizing and watering of the trees was well over that amount. But I could be wrong, but I will bring you the documentation.
I think Councillor Alger wanted to got some.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what you're referring to, Councillor Kendall, is probably Rusty Spurs, which is a subdivision of which there was a boulevard in the middle of our road that was planted by the developer, and the trees died.
70s.
Yeah, in the 70s, and the trees had maxed out basically in their timeline, and we replaced the trees within that boulevard with new trees, and then obviously to get them established, there was a little bit more fertilizing and watering required.
I'll follow up with you with my document.
Okay, I go to Director Hemingway.
I'm getting a little bit off topic and I apologize, but just further to CIO Payne's comments with respect to small scale water and or wastewater utility systems to support new development. We do things differently now than we did previously. Previous councils would approve 6 or 7 or 12 lots on a communal water system. And over the years, we've had to take over those systems because it's simply not enough people to pay to maintain the system. We do have a report that we've referred council to a few times where we looked for 100 to 125 units as a minimum to consider on a communal water and wastewater utility system today. And if council, and we also develop that water and wastewater utility system to our satisfaction and have the developer hand it over to us right away. We don't wait for them to manage it, and if council approves the development on that type of utility system, like the roads, the utility systems are constructed to our standards, to our satisfaction with a letter of credit, and the keys are handed over to us day one. So it isn't a matter of 10 years later, the community hands it to us saying we can't manage it anymore. We expect and anticipate that it'll be ours, and our utility operators will be running it from the get-go. So things have changed over time. I haven't seen one of those be approved in quite some time, but it's a very different approach than we've done in the past, just based on us knowing that the facility, the utility will be ours to maintain and manage over time.
Okay, Manager Hammond, so that concludes the operating side of the budget, is that correct? And now you're going to look at capital.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's right.
Okay, so I guess just any further questions regarding the operating side? I should have asked this, I guess, during Parks and Rec. I had a few questions. So I'm looking at page 12. So this is patrol 1-2600-450 cost recovery, or sorry, patrol fines, I should say. So it was 105 and now we're 155, so $50,000 or 50% increase. I guess just not so much a question, but more a comment. I'm just hoping that we're not looking to go back to the days of our patrol officers back on provincial highways and handing out tickets whenever they possibly could. I hope we continue to focus our patrol efforts on bylaw and those items that are within our jurisdiction. Cemeteries. Page 25 is what I'm looking at. I guess I'll specifically look at the Davisburg Cemetery. Whenever I see a large increase to the other category, it begs the question what the other is. So all of our cemeteries is actually a pretty big increase to the other category, but Davisburg Cemetery going from 3,000 to 37,000 in the other. So I guess just a bit of an explanation what other might include when it's so big.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If my memory serves me right, and I can confirm this, I think this is to purchase garbage bins, bear-proof bins, but I might have to get back to you on that. Yeah.
Okay. I believe Manager Porter is online.
Okay.
Can you confirm or give more clarity? You're still muted there, Manager Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the floor, other for Davisburg will be snow removal. It'll be for going in and that and digging graves, filling in graves that have failed, those sort of items in that where we'd have to bring in other services.
Okay. So digging graves, is that not a contracted work?
That's correct. It's contracted work. And then we have other maintenance and that on the site in regards to the church. So potential painting of the church. We also have the cleaning and that of the church for each time that the church is rented, those sort of services as well.
Okay.
In addition to that, I believe Mr. Hammond had talked about the outhouse and that's going to be put out at the site that were required by safety codes for renting the site. And that will also be in there as far as the pumping of that outhouse and the maintenance of that outhouse as well will come out of that other services. So that's additional costs that we did not have at that site before. And tree maintenance.
Okay. And how often are we renting that facility?
We have not rented it yet. We've had one inquiry. Their party became too large and didn't rent it. So we're hoping to get out to wedding planners and such here later this winter to make them aware that that facility is available for rental.
Okay. Hopefully we have at least some rental and book before we jump out and get porta potties and such. So.
Yeah, we unfortunately we don't have a choice to be able to rent it. We by safety codes we have to have a washroom facility there because it is a church. We don't have to meet the maximum obligations, just the minimums. So, which is handicapped access and male, female. So that will be all encompassed within one porta potty.
Okay. Scott Siemens Sports Rink. So page 14, we got a revenue of $720,000. And then a cost associated with the arena, page 28 of 1.346 million. So just to clarify, so the Scott Siemens Sports Rink is looking to operate at a $626,000 loss. Do I understand that correctly?
I don't have the numbers that you have in front of you, and that unfortunately, Mr. Hammond may recall in that any conversation we had. But yes, recreation typically does run at a deficit. It's never a money-making a venture. And if we did try to do cost recovery, the cost would be prohibitive to our users.
Go ahead.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Chair. You are right. So the revenue is 720,000 and the expense for Scott Siemens Arena is 1.3. Like the manager said, these these recreation facilities are usually highly subsidized through taxes.
CO Payne?
And I would just mention, if you flip over to that page 28 that the Reeve had pointed out, depreciation expense is $400,000.
Right.
So if you take that out, it's still, in my opinion, probably the most efficiently run single surface ice surface other than Black Yegg societies that you might find in the province of Alberta.
Well, that was exactly the direction I was going. So the Blackie Egg Society is the only other ice arena that we have in Foothills, privately owned and managed. But we do give them some money through the rec board. So how much money do we contribute to the Blackie Arena?
I can answer that, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
Sure.
I believe we finance the Black Egg Society to the tune of $12,500 for utilities and such per year.
Okay. I was thinking it was more than that, but okay. So I guess just on that same note, so I'm looking at halls on page 27, and I guess this is Manager Porter again for you. Page 27, we have Alderside Community Hall operating costs of $4,500. I thought we were not incurring any costs there. Can you just highlight for me what that is?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the floor. That cost is the utility costs that we pay upfront, and then we bill back to the users of the hall as well. We have to maintain insurance on the facility since it is ours.
Okay, so a portion of that sorry, I got distracted. A portion of that we do get back?
I believe in that, most of that we get back. There will be, like I said, the nominal cost of the insurance on the facility that we maintain.
Okay, thank you for that. And in terms of other halls, so we own that hall, we own the Blackie Hall, we own the Red Deer Lake Hall. I think that's the only halls that the county owns. But any funds that go, I know we spent a lot of money up at the Red Deer Lake, but that comes through rec board, or where's the money flow that doesn't show in the budget for those halls?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can answer that. That goes through requisition, requisition, and I can get the page here.
On page 27 there, I think, the recreation facilities requisitions.
Yeah. That's right.
2.3.
Yeah, that's the total there.
Okay. I wonder if it might be beneficial. I know this has been brought to council in the past, but I wonder if we could have another look-see at where those requisitions are going. Just so we kind of have a bit of a feel for where the money is.
Yeah.
So
I have. Yeah.
My final item on the operating side, airport. So this might go back to Manager Porter, but for page 12 of our budget is the income. So on the income, we're 135,500 from the airport. On the expense side, though, it's only 56,000. Now, this is, I guess, going to be the first year that it's fully Foothills County. And I know in the past, it's been squeak by to have the revenue cover the expenses at the end of the year. And sometimes it doesn't even cover the expenses. So I'm just curious, obviously now that the county's taken over, there's what, 60% or 55% decrease in expenses. So I'm just wondering why the expense side has dropped so much compared to when the volunteers were looking after it.
I can, thanks, Mr. Chair. I can attempt to answer that. It's just mainly through economies of scale. We have agricultural services board. We have public works that can do some work. We have manager Porter also helping out with some of the stuff there. Essentially, we can leverage other departments that we have to help keep the costs down at the airport. However, this doesn't include the capital request or the capital items that need to, be projects that need to be undertaken there.
Okay, so when a snowplow goes out there and plows the snow, or the mowers go out, is that cost contributed to the airport, or is that contributed to just public works?
In the event of a snowfall, Public Works have their priorities. There's a snowplow at the airport that one of the tenants there has agreed to run and use to clear the snow. Now, in the event that breaks down, we've had the instance of having to go with a third-party contractor and getting that cleared, which comes at an additional cost.
Okay, but is it accounted to the airport, or is it counted somewhere else in the county?
Well, starting this year is going to be it's going to be charged to the airport. We're going to see it. So at the end of this year, we'll see what it actually cost us to run the airport. We'll have a true picture of that.
Okay. Okay, CEO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just add that for services like that, we do collect taxes from the airport as well. Last we looked, I think we were around $160,000 that were being collected from what would there be, 40 to 45 hangars at this point in time. So for some basic services that we provide to other residents throughout the county that are tax-paying and businesses, you could utilize that as part of a business case as well. And maybe that's something that would be good for the airport committee once it's established to take a look at this budget, all the costs, as well as taxes that are coming in, lease revenues. I know there's been other discussions at that board level prior to it having been wrapped up to better get a handle on what the ongoing costs are and how it could be managed going forward. So just wanted to mention that there are tax revenues coming from the airport as well that offset part of the cost.
Okay, that's all the questions I had on that portion. Now we'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, just tagging on to a topic you had just dived into, and that is on page 27. Just further, I would ask through the chair to CAO Payne, if you could just elaborate on the cost sharing true up. We see the recreation facility requisitions, and perhaps you can just share for everyone our process on truing up. And it's not only for facilities we partake in or partner in, but also others that are in towns. So if you want to share a little update on that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, that's correct. So I would look actually at that line item as contractually obligated expenses because we do have commercial contracts in place with 3 of our urban neighbors. One is Diamond Valley, one's the town of Okotoks, and then the other is the town of High River. Through our shared services agreements, which are mandated now at the provincial level through our intermunicipal collaborative frameworks, we're required to have these cost share arrangements in place. I guess the calculation and the model that we've used is a user pays basis. So for recreation, as an example, we use senior and minor sports. Trying to find the word, minor sports and senior sports registrations. And it's those registration rosters that we use to identify as a proportionate share how many county users are in a facility versus town users, and then versus regional users that might be outside of the county or that town that we're cost sharing with. So in terms of explaining the true up process that the Deputy Reeve had requested, the way that that's dealt with is on an annual basis. Each of those towns will give us their budget forecast for their recreation services for the coming year. That's what we use in our budget then as a proportionate share based on the prior year's use. So using Okotoks as an example, I want to say we're right around 18% in terms of Foothills County users in recreation facilities. So we'll budget that 18% amount based on the budget forecast provided to us from Okotoks. And then at the end of the year, when we wrap up all of our year-end financials, within the first quarter, if we're using the town of Okotoks as an example, they'll send over what we call a true up. So they'll show actual costs compared to what they had budgeted. Oftentimes they'll budget low or they'll budget high. So we'll either be obligated to pay a little bit more or we'll have a credit against that year's cost to the county and pay a little bit less depending on where actual costs come in. That's all done through a transparent process, and then the following fall of each year, the CAOs from both communities are required to report on the cost sharing agreement and the actual numbers and the true up amounts. That process doesn't only apply to recreation, it does also apply to fire services. It applies to cemetery costs. It applies to recycling. In some instances, it can apply to peace officers' costs if there's boundary roads that we're sharing revenue on. But that's really it in a nutshell, high level. Each agreement is very similar in terms of philosophy and context for coming up with the rationale behind the formulas that we use to share. And like I say, it is all user-based, so they're good hard numbers that are used to come up with the requisition amounts that the county is responsible for. You'll notice in the recreation budget itself, there's a small contingency there as well of, I think, $120,000 typically. And that's really intended to deal with the true up process. So if there's an overage, then that would be paid out of that small contingency that sits in the recreation budget. Going back a few years prior, just in terms of other, what I would call contractually obligated expenses is our rec boards. And having discussed the Blackie agricultural operation there with the rink, as an example, council went through a process of looking at our overall expenses and what we were contributing to Pritis Red Deer Lake, Blackie, a number of other community associations that operate halls on our behalf or provide recreation services to Foothills County residents. And council really looked at leveling the playing field there. My recollection is that the average expense or amount that was provided to each of those various community associations was about $40,000 was the average number that we tried to equalize for all of those different groups. As council's aware, volunteerism keeps decreasing and expenses keep increasing. So those numbers may need to be looked at some point in the future. I would just advise council that, you know, we're very blessed to have all of these community groups that operate facilities and provide a great service to our community users. Because if you were to take an urban example where you bring all of those operations in-house, that comes at a substantial cost. So continuing to provide an adequate funding amount to each of those volunteer-based groups is really important, I think, to the integrity of building community in Foothills, as well as from a budgeting and cost perspective to the services that those community groups provide to our residents. So I can stop there though, or I could go on all day if council wishes.
Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair, thank you to anyone who can answer this. So that previous slide you had up about the big ticket long-term debt projects, is there kind of a running tab that, you know, you kind of keep track of, like a separate accounting, so that if I wanted to look at, you know, how is the Alderside wastewater treatment plant doing in reality? Like, is it funneling money from somewhere else? Like, how is it holding its own? You know, is is there a way to just sort of look at any one of those big debt items and just kind of see how they are doing?
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, I'm not sure I understand your question, but for each debt, we do have like a schedule of payment till like an amortization schedule till when the debt is paid. But to figure out the revenue generated by the plant, is that?
Well, just like as somebody jumping into this in the middle, like I have no way of knowing like how it's doing. Is it going to pay off in the long run? Is it going to be a drain on us? Or, you know, as with any of the other long-term debt, just kind of curious if.
I think Manager Eva Cameron might be able to answer that.
So presently, as the project moves along, because we're in the construction phase of the projects, and each project we have a budget and we have cash flow projections, and of course, if there's any deviation from the budget, those require a change order. And, you know, minor ones we deal with, but any major ones come to council. So there is tracking as construction progresses. And you know, the estimated completion time is different for each contract. So the reservoir and the pump station at the reservoir in Alderside, it won't be finished until sometime next spring. Are we within the budget? Are we within the contract? So those things are all tracked. If we look at once the contract is, the construction is complete and we have the systems in place and we're operating, how will those operational costs be dealt with, and how will the debt that's been incurred be paid for? So there's council's approved a certain amount of debt, and there'll be payments to be made on an annual basis, and that'll be budgeted for long-term as development proceeds through offsite levies and connection fees. Those debts will be paid. So if we take a look, last week council dealt with the Western RV proposal for industrial development. So there will be an offsite levy that will be set to recover water, sewer, and roads. And that's where the major debt. So I hope that helps explain that. Council hasn't set the offsite levies, so that's coming in the new year. We will bring forward a proposal for those levies, and council will review the numbers that are involved. And I mean, council could say, no, we're not going to recover any of that money. I'd be surprised if you said that. But on the other hand, you know, there's a portion of that you're allowed to recover through development. And operationally, we will be bringing forward the utility rates. It's not on today's fee schedule because there's so much going on with utilities and these projects. So estimating what we should have for utility costs across the county has been a little more difficult, but it'll come forward to council here in probably January.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And further to that, I think what we were asking, and I think this goes along with the fact that we are looking at a budget today, and having come into this situation further along with these projects underway, We would like to see the actual budget on these projects, particularly the water treatment and the pipeline. And with all due respect, change orders can start out small, but they do eventually can add up and become a much larger item at the end. So if we are able to scrutinize and make sure that we're within those budgets, I think that would be nice. Thank you.
Can we bring that in the next few weeks?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Estes, absolutely. We have those budgets and we can bring them.
Yeah. Okay, that'd be great. Thanks. With that, Manager Hammond, why don't you just lead us off into debt and capital?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to highlight the outstanding debt that the county has, how much is left to be paid off on those the debt, and when these debentures are going to fall off the county's records or county's books. So we have the Alderside shop. There was a debt taken back of about 3.8 million. We have almost we are almost paid off. We're going to be paid off this debt next year. We only have just shy of 300,000 left to be paid off next year. Same as the Heritage Point Fire Hall land. We have about 175,000 of that to pay off in 2026. So these two debentures are going to be off our books by the end of next year. We do have the water license. We still have about just shy of 3 million left, and that's going to be paid off in 2031, as well as the fire hall, the Heritage Point Fire Hall. That amount is going to be paid off by 2037. We have another debt for road work, and that's going to be paid off in 2037. And then the big one, which we haven't drawn any monies yet, but next year we will, and it's for 31 million. However, with interest, we are looking at about 42, and that's going to be paid off in 2041. So long-term debt is used for funding, mostly for funding our capital projects, and the county incurs servicing costs, which are interest and principal repayment every year. According to the MGA, the debt servicing limit is set as 0.25 of the annual revenue. And from this line, we can see that we are way below the debt servicing mark that the MGA has set. And again, when you look at the total debt that you can, there is a limit. The MGA sets a limit of 1.5 times your revenue. And when you look at that that orange line up there, that's the limit. And again, even with the addition of the Alderside water project debt, we are below that line. So just wanted to point that out.
Perhaps I would just, if you can just flip back there for a second. Perhaps I would just point out, you might be working off the sheets in the email that we got last week. This chart is the blue line is significantly different than the one
That's
that you may be looking at.
yes.
And this is the
Yes,
accurate
Mr.
one.
Chair. Yes, this is the accurate one. Okay. I go.
Thank you.
I think Councillor Kendall has a question on that.
I am confused about where the water treatment plant debt is on this graph.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall. So if you look at this chart up there, which I think is on page.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the other one, but still, the water treatment plant's 42 million.
So that 42. So this, we're looking at two different things. This is just the debt, the principal debt that we have, which will be 31 million in 2026. The 42 is principal plus interest.
Okay. I was going off this other one, but yeah. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Also, just to let council know that in our budget process, there were a few positions that were brought forward from different departments across the organization. However, senior leadership took a strategic approach and did go through the position to really streamline and really ensure that at this point we go with the positions that that one strategically align with council's priorities and two ones that are critical to the operations of the organization, more so for succession planning. So of these positions that you see on the chart, senior leadership, again, reviewed all of that and decided to bring forward these three positions for council's approval. Now, there's a need for an apprentice welder, and the addition of this apprentice welder will address increased maintenance demands resulting from fleet expansion and aging infrastructure. And this role also supports succession planning, ensures continuity of service, and provides coverage during staff absence. We only have one welder. This welder is a long-tenured employee who is entitled to some substantial earned holidays, vacation, and in those instances, we face a lot of pressure by just having that one. And when that one person is on holidays, there's pretty much nothing getting done. So this position, however, through natural attrition from the whole public service area, we are confident that the cost of this position can be absorbed in the budget, in the public works budget. So this position, if council is to approve it, will come at no additional cost to the budget assistance right now. Secondly, we have the community and energy. In the community and energy services area, we have the recreation facility operator. Similar to the welder position, we have people working. This is specifically to the Scott Seaman Sports Arena. We have employees there that are long tenured and in instances where they are on holidays or sick or whatever the case is, it creates a lot of pressure there. Now, in this situation, there is a part-time employee there. There are two other part-time positions there that we think we can combine all those three into one permanent position, which will ensure more efficient operations there. And this position is going to be a cost neutral, meaning there will be no additional cost to the budget if this position gets approved. The third one is the planning. It's in the planning and GIS area. It's a safety codes technologist. This technologist position is vital for regulatory compliance and successful implementation of a new system that council would have approved a few weeks or maybe a month ago. This role will facilitate knowledge transfer from a staff that is nearing retirement, and this position will also champion process modernization in that service area, specifically the safety codes department. This is a very critical position, and should council approve this position, this is the only position that will come with an extra, at an additional cost. Should council approve this position, we will be looking at a tax increase of 1.76 instead of 1.66. So it's a 0.1 increase to the budget. At this juncture, I will pause and see if council has any questions before we move on.
Just, I guess for clarity, so that those staffing pieces, they are included in the budget, or they would be in addition to?
So currently these positions are not included in the budget. However, two of them will be cost neutral. There will be no additional cost should council approve the FTE. The third one is the safety codes technologies. Now that's the one that will change the bottom line from 1.66 to 1.76.
Okay. Thank you for that. Nobody's jumping on. So I guess just another piece. So last year's budget, our IT department went from 2 to 5 people. So are those positions filled? The IT?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to correct, it went from 3 to 5.
3 to 5, not 2 to 5. Okay. Any further questions from council on this piece? Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair. Could you describe the safety codes technologist a little further, please? Not quite getting that one.
Yeah, thanks through the chair to Councillor Estes. I think Director Hemingway will be the best person to give you details on that.
Go ahead, Director Hemingway.
Thank you. I've worked hard to get this into the budget, so I'm hoping that she'll consider it. This is a position that would be the front desk individual that would receive safety codes on our new digital document system where people submit on digitally as well as in person. We currently have one individual that does that work, and then we've also seconded additional staff from municipal lands as the job is more than one person. And so we're looking to ensure that the support for the safety codes professionals that issue permits is there, that the public can receive information, that they can submit permits and receive their permits, they can request inspections and get their inspections undertaken. Council did approve the installation of a new digital system whereby people can submit documentation to apply for safety codes permits online. We should be meeting with those software people early this week in anticipation of having this up and running early in the new year. I think the one individual that currently does that job, similar to the positions that Reg was mentioning, is a long-term employee and is nearing retirement age. Our goal would be to gain as much institutional memory and information as we can while they are still there full-time, and that to this new individual, and that we can make sure the digital document system is up and running properly. There's huge challenges in the safety codes department with getting permits out the door efficiently, particularly when the extensive vacation time allotted to long-term employees is underway. So we feel that a new position in the safety codes department is warranted. It's very badly needed. and would be very positive in improving efficiency and function down there, particularly with the new software that council's approved.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair of the Director of Development. So this is a hybrid position then, so we're you want someone to take over the technological aspect.
Yeah.
But they also need to groom them as a field officer as well to take over from the.
No, this person would be in the office. This person would take in safety codes both in person and on the digital document management system. We would not expect them to be in the field.
Okay, but they would be a bona fide permit officer, I guess. Is that the correct term?
It's funny, our mic, I have a hard time hearing your mic.
They would be a qualified permit officer?
Yeah, there is a qualification required to be a safety codes permit issuer. That's issued through safety codes. So there's some coursework that needs to be done.
Okay. And most of that would be cost recovery. That position would be covered largely through cost recovery.
There is revenue in the safety codes department that supports all of planning. Like there's that, but it does cover the costs in safety codes. But it still doesn't cover all the costs in planning, because what happens upstairs does not get covered. Our fees do not sufficiently cover the work and the expenses associated with the development, and safety codes fees do help with that. But we want to make sure that department continues to function well into the future. It's very busy down there. I'm sure council members, when you were campaigning, the probably one complaint you heard from individuals was how long it takes to get safety codes permits. That's one thing you probably all heard. And that's because it's a rockin' down there, and we do need some more people.
Okay, thanks for that. So I was just trying to highlight that there's actually a revenue source attached to this position.
And just on that same note, Director Hemingway, so in terms of turnaround time to get safety codes permits, I guess I just met with a landowner a couple of days ago, and he said that he was told they wouldn't even look at the file. I think he said 8 weeks. I could be wrong. Could you give us a bit of a round number in terms of how long it typically takes safety codes to get things from application to permit out the door? Of course, seasonal changes and such too. But
Certainly. We have QMP, a quality management plan that's registered with the safety codes at Municipal Affairs. It indicates a 3-week turnaround for safety codes. So that should be our maximum window. We have not made that once in 2025, not once. So it's very frustrating for the officers down there that are trying hard to meet that code, but they have not been able to. Council graciously allowed us to hire another safety codes officer building, and we tried for 2 years to hire for that position. We were unsuccessful to find a qualified candidate, so we took a risk and hired an individual that was not qualified and trained them. And it has taken all year, and I would be very pleased to report that they're on their very last course. It's been a really brutal year, but they're on their very last course, and I anticipate early in January that we'll have an announcement that we will have additional qualified safety codes officer in that department that can assist with getting permits out the door. But there's constant phone calls, constant interruptions, constant inspections. So we do need more people to support their work in order to meet that quality management plan objective of 3 weeks, which is our goal to get back to at 3 weeks. We think it's doable with these improvements, the digital system, an additional staff member up front, and then of course the designation of powers provided to an additional safety codes officer in building. But it is very lean down there. If we're not able to meet our 3-week requirement, I would say within the end of the first quarter of 2025, we'll have to look at additional improvements to make that work.
okay. Thank you. So that concludes that section, and we are 12 o'clock. So we're not going to get through it before lunch, I guess. So Why don't we take a motion to adjourn for lunch, or to break for lunch, I should say. Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. We will see you at 1 o'clock. For sure. Welcome back. We'll go back to Manager Hammond. So I think you were just about to start on capital items or something else. So if you can take it away to your next step.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will start with the capital budget. The first item in the capital budget is will be the under administration, and the first item there is the enterprise resource planning software. This is the software that pretty much holds the county together. It's the software that finance uses, and as well as other departments like planning and other service areas, taxation, assessment. They use this program as well. This program is coming to its end of life with the vendor not supporting it again after 2029. We won't be able to do anything without a system like this. So we'll have to look at replacing the system. And these softwares are relatively costly. So the plan is to start putting money away starting next year. Till 2029, and we're looking at starting we're going to be looking at some demos next year or 2027 and start working on some implementations 2028 to 2029, just in time before we lose support for this program that we need. And that's why you have it there. That's funded with taxes. And then there is a 65,000 in there. That's just to replace the roof on this administrative building. So, and we share that with the town. So that's our portion of it. Moving on to the information technology services area. The first one is Public Works tablet. So that's 10 tablets, I believe. And this is to ensure that employees are able to enter data collected remotely, access GIS information, as well as complete safety requirements in the field. The next one is 75,000. This is to replace the audio system in council chambers. The systems that we currently use have issues, and this is to replace that system. Next one is networking replacement. The county's core network system is also at its end. It's going to lose support November 2026, and this has to be replaced. So these are firewall security fabrics, which include routers, switches, and wireless access points. And the last one is internet redundancy. This is a new 5G internet connection to the other side facility that benefits both Foothills Fiber and Foothills County. Moving on to the fire department, there are a few requests here. The fire department is looking to replace 11 of their tech cameras, 13 radios, 6 rapid extrication kits, and a squad truck. These items will be grouped with other equipment and funded with LGFF. In enforcement services, the request is to replace 2 vehicles. Patrol vehicles are nearing end of life for safe and efficient enforcement utilization. The one unit 31 M6 has surpassed 200,000 kilometers, and the other unit 31 M1 is nearing the mileage. Repairs are becoming more frequent due to vehicle age, mileage, and demanding nature of the enforcement vehicle operations. And vehicles are anticipated to be approaching 250,000 by the end, 250,000 kilometers by the end of 2026. With regards to cemeteries, there's a request for a GPS system which will be used all year round to locate plots and monument spaces, as well as data collection and tracking of existing and new cemetery objects. As well, the Davisburg Cemetery needs a ribbon road to provide a level surface for monuments to prevent sinking and tilting. Additionally, the ribbons aid in locating plots, provides greater safety for staff and visitors in the newer sections of the cemetery during wintertime. Also, as the manager in charge had mentioned earlier on, there's a need for a portable and accessible washroom, a concrete base, and a surround at the Davisburg Cemetery. This accessible washroom is required by safety codes for the rental of the Davisburg Church. The surround is to increase security of the asset and help ensure the preservation of the solemnity and aesthetics of the cemetery. Moving on to parks and recreation. The first one is the Scott Seaman Park Ball Diamond Chain Link Safety Cover. It's a yellow heavy plastic cover that is zip tied to the top of the chain link fence at Ball Diamonds, mainly for safety. The airport snow blower attachment. This is compatible with the stockpile skid steer that is not used much in the winter and will be brought to the airport when needed. Third one is the Red Deer Lake Park bear-proof garbage cans. So these cans are wildlife proof and made of heavy gauge steel that is powder coated for corrosion resistance and are easy to remove the bags through a back hatch. And these have become the standard in all county parks, cemeteries, and recreation sites. And the last thing from Parks and Rec is the outdoor exercise equipment install. This is for excavating and edging and the base material, as well as cement and screw piles will be required to install the donated equipment. And this is the Blackie Parents Association donated this to the county, and it hasn't been put up there since it's been over a year now. In the Scott Seaman Arena is requesting a dehumidifier and a gas detector. This request is to purchase and install a high-efficiency dehumidifier to control moisture and protect building assets, as well as replace the outdated ice plant ammonia gas detector. In Public Works Utility, there's a backup generator at the West Foothills water treatment plant. A portion of this was approved in the 2025 budget. However, due to cost increases and availability, an additional 128,000 had to be added for this purchase. Also, a facility window security guard is needed at this plant, and this will help resolve security concerns at this facility. As well, the shingles at Millerville Crossing are deteriorating, and they also require replacement. And replacement of the Hawks wastewater transfer pumps. These pumps are 20 years old, and capacity is decreasing. And lastly, there is the West Foothills water treatment plant in Prentice organic removal. This is to address the high levels of organics causing water discoloration. The plant. And in here we have one bridge that needs to be repaired, and this is about 765,000. We're looking to replace this bridge as well as doing some dust control work, MRO, spot treatment, and long patching. Now, this bridge is currently funded with CCBF. However, administration has applied for the STIP grant, and if successful, we'll have the opportunity to reallocate this grant. Now, public works equipment. With regards to public works equipment, the following purchases are being recommended. There are 2 light trucks. These are replacements of current light trucks that we have. There's a grader, Series 160M, as well. That's a replacement. They are requesting for an air conditioning service machine. Also rebuilding a dozer that we have, D6N dozer. Again, replacement of a sander. Getting 2 message or signboards. These are the electronic boards that we see, getting those replaced. A mini excavator, that's also a replacement. A skid steer with snow push attachment, and a snow blower attachment for the skid steer. As well, 2 replacement decks, a new universal base rover purchase with a GPS unit, as well as a GPS system for the dozer, 2 pony pop trailers, and finally 2 heavy trucks. And in ASB, ASB is looking to replace 2 Kubota finish mowers. These mowers are needed to mow our green spaces in a timely manner for weed, brush, and plant control. The county currently has 4 mowers and 4 employees dedicated to mowing our green spaces. The next one is the rental sprayer. This sprayer will replace one of the sprayers that we have as part of the rental fleet. The new sprayer will make it easier for ratepayers to spray for weeds and lead to more weed control within the county. A new half-ton to replace one of the units that we have, which is old enough that it was given to the Parks and Rec department. This truck will be mostly used by the Rural Conservation Advisor, and this position will need a reliable truck to fulfill the duties of the position, which include workshop planning and attendance, weed inspection, and other meetings with ratepayers. And finally, the last equipment here is the flail mower, and this is required to replace an existing one that we have. The mower is required as part of the capital replacement plan. And the very last capital item is in the planning department, and the planning department is requesting for the addition of 100,000 in 2026 as well as 2027 to complete a municipal development plan review. And Mr. Chair, that brings me to the end of the capital budget. I will be happy to answer any questions on that.
Okay, thank you. So just as a matter of procedure, so each of these capital items will come back to council at a later date with a business case. Is that correct?
Yes, currently, yes.
Okay. And with the exception of the dust control, there's 3 items there and 2 gravel crushing. Do those come back to council with a business case, or do they?
I think the gravel crushing, I'm not sure. I'm looking at Director Kruger. The dust control would not come to council again, but just looking at Mr. Kruger if crushing will come back.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. The gravel crushing does come back to council because it's a new contract.
Okay, so just those 3 dust control pieces, then everything else comes back to council with business case. Okay. Questions on the capital budget? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back to the grader, the Cat 160M grader, was that a replacement or is that an additional unit? We rebuilt 2 last year, right? And then rebuilt 1? Bought 1?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, the grader is a replacement.
Replacement, okay. Thanks.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The knock on is to that, then why are we replacing a 16M when we've been traditionally rebuilding them? So we can look for that answer at a later date. Going back to the gravel, Okay, I can see buying gravel as a capital item. I'm having a little trouble understanding that's a service contract. We got to bring in a crusher, not understanding why crushing gravel is a capital item instead of operating. And then I'll just throw it out there, but kind of the same thing. I can see us spending $100,000 on planning. That would be, I'm failing to understand how a review of the MDP would classify as a capital item.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, crushed gravel form part of our inventory, which forms part of our capital assets.
Well, the gravel's the capital asset.
Right.
We're crushing it. The services is to improve the gravel.
But then through the chair to Councillor McHugh, once it's crushed, it forms part of our capital assets. It forms part of our inventory.
You don't count it in the inventory until it's crushed.
Sorry.
Anyways, semantics. Well, I've got one other follow-up, but so I would hear how the MDP review becomes a capital and not an operating item.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, the review will form it's a basis. It will form the base for a plan that will be used over a certain number of years and not just 1 year, and hence it's considered. It has a life longer than 1 year. It's a substantial amount, and that's why it forms part of capital assets.
Okay, thank you for that. Last one was on radios. We just replaced a whole bunch of radios. Why do we need more radios again? Like, we just went through this conversation with Motorola and switching over the radios, and we're assured we weren't going to need to spend a bunch more money on more radios, and here we are spending more money on radios.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, I think I'll defer that to the director in charge.
Through the roof to Councillor McHugh. So with the increase in staffing that we've had at our volunteer stations, we are looking at getting some more radios, plus the batteries. So within the radios, it doesn't specify that, but there's also batteries in there as well. And what we found with our batteries that over time, the batteries have been swelling up on us. So we've been taking them out of service. So it's radios and batteries as well for that replacement.
Okay, so we're looking at replacing the whole fleet, or?
No, just 11, sorry.
11 of?
Oh gosh, I'd have to count that. I don't have that number in front of me.
Well, like a radio is worth $400. Like, this is 98,000.
Yeah,
so 11 times, that's like, 4,800.
So through the chair to Councillor McHugh, these radios with programming, which they'll have to be programmed after it's all said and done, the radios coming around, we could look at around 10 grand per radio, somewhere around there, 9 grand, yeah, for these Motorola's. AFRAX radios. Yeah.
Okay. We'll go to Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. This one is a comparison of items from 2025 capital to 2026. In 2025, it was listed in the budget book that the Alderside water treatment plant was $25 million. And that added to the total of, at that time, $42 million capital budget for last year. And so 25 of that was the water treatment plant, and it was listed as debt servicing. And so here we are with a $15.7 million price tag here this year. So obviously much lower. And in the utilities and water infrastructure, it's not a part of that. So I just wondered where that now shows up. Is that always going to show up now in the long-term debt?
Through the chair to Councillor Owl, are you referring to the 25 million last year?
Yeah.
So that 25 million was debt that was budgeted. However, we amended that bylaw from 25 to 31 million early on this year. Just because we needed that much. And yes, that's now going to be starting next year. That's going to be shown as, and if you remember a few slides ago, I showed you the debts that we have, the outstanding debentures that we have, and that is included there. So it will not show up on the capital budget again, but it will not be debt.
So that was just a way for us to introduce it on the books. Is that how come it was in the capital?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to see now where it now flows over and how we'll be able to, as was mentioned in the debt and the debt servicing records that we're going to be paying attention to. So thank you for that.
Yeah, in the first year, it will be introduced in the capital budget as debt. However, going forward, it will now form part of the operating budget because now we have to service the debt by paying.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Couple of questions from me. So right at the very top, enterprise resource planning software. So 500,000 for this year and then 500,000 every year for another 3. What is this?
So this is thanks, Mr. Chair. This is the main software that this is the backbone when it comes to technology of the organization. This is what we use in finance for everything. This is how we record everything. This is how we produce reports. This is how we are audited. It pretty much is everything what we do. And so, but this current system that we have limitations, and we're going to be getting to the end of service of this product, which is going to be pretty much outdated. And so we have to be looking at replacing that system, which will come at a big cost.
Okay, so I guess more where I'm going was why it's a 4-year deal. Is this so you don't buy it once and you're done? Is this a
so the plan is to start putting money away rather than having a 2 million budget in 1 year. This is just to build that over a period of time, knowing this is just a planning, then knowing that we will be incurring that cost 2-3 years down the road. We just starting to put some money away. That way, it's not a big hit to the bottom line in 1 year.
okay? Thank you for that. Parks and Recreation. So I guess this is more the longer term items. Not quite sure that there's a need for a snow blower attachment there yet, but about halfway down runway and taxiway micro surfacing. So this is for next year, $700,000, or not next year, but next year's budget, 2027. So we did just resurface or micro surface the runway itself about 3 or 4 years ago. So I guess I'll just assume that this is probably just for the taxiways. So just based on the cost for the runway, this does seem a little bit high, but I guess where I'm going with this, 2 years ago, those taxiway micro surfacing was top priority because those runways are to this point where they're about the pavement is ready to just collapse. And the concern is based on the professionals that came out and looked at the runway itself. The concern is that that pavement's going to reach the point where it's not fixable. It just has to be torn out and completely redone. So why are we delaying this another year, I guess would be my question. Yeah, I guess, sorry to Madam Reporter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If that's okay with you, I'll pass it on to the manager in charge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question, and that through the chair to the floor. We looked at it last year. We feel that we're probably needing to do some more assessments in that in regards to the whole surfaces and what needs to be done. So we'd like to get in some professionals this year to take a wholesome look at everything. We believe there's going to be possibly some asphalt that's going to need to be put down and some resurfacing, so a combination of both. So we're hoping to do that this year. and see what that number will come in as to do the repairs that are required. We do have a lot of cracks that haven't been filled on the runway for quite a few years now. And it's starting to degrade the subgrade under the asphalt. So that needs to be addressed as well. We demoed a product this fall. We're waiting to see how it comes through the winter, and then we'll be working with Public Works to see what their thoughts are on how the product performed and if it's going to require some more extensive repairs this year. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And just down a few, Kaylee, playground equipment. So this is getting a long ways out, but I'm just, I'm sure the community will be curious in terms of what that looks like because they're always talking about stuff. So what are we looking at for that?
Through the chair to the floor. Potentially in that there has been some thought of moving the kiddie corral playground to the empty lot that we own that's 2 lots over from its current spot. It'll be either the relocation of that or the replacement of the current kiddie park apparatus as it is getting dated and is made of plastic and the UV degradation that takes place over a number of years, and that puts us into some safety concerns. So that is what that item is for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else? Councillor McHugh. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the Director of Finance. So when we look at our long-term debt, do we have a 5-year plan for long-term debt? Speculation. I guess I'm just trying to kind of get a picture. This is the water treatment plant. The next one's going to be the sewer plant. So I don't know if we do a 5-year, I guess we don't do a 5-year rolling capital, but I'm just trying to have in my mind pictures of the next big finance items that might be hanging out there. And that's the only one that comes to my mind.
Yeah. Thanks. And through the chair to Councillor McHugh, that's a great question. That's something that I'm working on and something that I've discussed with the Public Works Director, and will be, seems like that's where we take most of the debt for projects in that area. So it's something that we're working on or we'll be working on, and we will definitely bring that up.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, because so if I've got that right, we're looking at another 30 mil or so, are we not, for the sewer plant? Because we tack 40 on, we add tack 30 on to 37, that's 67. That changes the picture dramatically. Anyway, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Municipal Manager Reva Cameron.
Yes, Councillor, through the chair to Councillor McHugh, sorry. There was a question regarding the graders. So the 160 graders, we do not rebuild. They're a lighter unit. It's the 14 Ms, which are construction and heavy duty machines that are a lot heavier, a lot bigger and way more expensive. So that's where the line is drawn. So I just wanted to mention that. And with respect to the sewer plant, wastewater treatment plant, I guess we should call it. Of course, we're working with High River to see where that lands. The worst case scenario is, as you mentioned, the 30 million. Hopefully, that'll be driven by development. And so if, developers go ahead, we have to build the plant. If it doesn't, and they'll be paying for part of that. So where that debt will land in the future is hard to predict at this moment, but the worst case is, you're right, the 30 million.
Okay, we are a little bit past 1:30. We had a plan for our fee bylaw amendment at 1:30, but considering we're all the same people and there's nobody in the gallery to watch, we'll just carry on with the budget, and we'll deal with the fee bylaw when we get there. So, any other questions, comments on the budget? I guess we're getting down to decision time. So we have the operating budget, and that would be the white pages as opposed to the budget book. That we would be looking to make a decision on today. And then we'd also be looking, secondly, the piece about additional staff that was brought up. So there's the 3 staff positions, but only the one really has a financial implication. And the third piece to make a decision on today is the capital plan. And of course, any of this, approve, refuse, or postpone, or other direction. So I'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had a high level of reflection over where this is all heading, and this is in response to hearing from a lot of residents this year, and that's in relation to their experience of more than 15 to 20%. Some of them received a super increase in their overall taxes because of a number of factors. And so what we're seeing here today is the municipal portion, which is forecasted at 1.66 or 1.76% increase. But what the residents will experience next year in 2026 is going to be a combination of the true up. So this increase plus the true up on the requisitions. And one of the things that's just written flat from last year, essentially the same number from last year as RCMP. And then the 2 figures in relation to the school taxes. And as we remember last year, the school taxes was the $4.55 million hit that really made a huge impact to raise what we had just over 1% to go up to 8%. But in addition to that, there's the increase in property values that comes with the market increase that happened over the last year. So Director Hammond graciously spoke with me yesterday, and I was just trying to figure out what that number would be so that we can figure out what the overall impact is going to be and get the full picture of what the residents will experience when we come up with the final numbers in 2026. When we get the numbers for requisitions and we find out what some residents will experience for an overall increase in property values. So just in terms of figuring out where we go and what decisions we make, I think it's important to just realize that we're going to be adding a few factors. We had a bit of growth, which I believe was included at 1.2%. We had from our assessment report presented earlier this year that we had about 98 new lots, which approximately 1.72% increase in overall growth, if you want to call it that, that came in from that report. Just in recognition of the statistics of the number of residents who pay this bill, there's about 15,383 tax rolls, which will vary once the report comes in earlier. So just feeling, I guess, paying attention to and feeling out how we may proceed based on all of these factors, knowing that we're going to have the overall increase plus the requisitions plus the property values that may have increased in certain areas. Last year in the statement that was made, as long as I have the accurate statement, it was in the assessment statement that it was 8% in 2024. And this year it looks like it may be between 6 and 7%. So just factoring that into what the total price tag is going to be for our residents. And the page that I'm mostly referring to is in the white pages, it's called page 1. And in that it's a summary where all of this is located, and then page 8 in the budget book. So those are the 2 pages that I'm referring to when I'm kind of pulling out on these numbers. So that page 1 just shows where essentially we have a revenue that's forecasted. That number's on page 8 of 97,972,000 and change. And then 80 million is forecasted, which is just, again, a flat number from last year. So that number has to be adjusted. So in other words, we need more taxes is going to be requested of the citizens to meet the budget this year. We have expenses on this page, on page 1 of the white pages of the detailed budget at 111,156,603, where we still need to get those requisitions in, and they're forecasted at around 30 million, 33 million plus. But that's not the actual number. So we still won't get that number until, I guess, end of March. And then the capital projects is forecasted at 15.7 million, and that portion of that that's coming from taxes is 10.55 million. And then, of course, debt servicing, which is at 2.9 million. So all of that, it comes together to create a picture of what needs to come together to make the county function and provide service levels for our citizens. With the full picture of what we're looking at and what we're going to be choosing to support this number or to have a more discussion on the number is do we want to support the increase according to what is around the approximate cost of living, or do we want to hold the line? So I just want to pose that question for discussion as to how we may proceed based on the fact that the unknown numbers is going to quite significantly increase. And I realize that all municipalities are representing and sharing their number based on the municipal increase, which is what we're seeing in our budget book at the 1.66. And then they know that the outlier, the additional numbers are not going to be known until the spring of 2026. So again, back to the question, what would it take for us to hold the line? And then there's a few consequences to holding the line. So if we hold the line, which is what I'm sure residents would really like to see, as opposed to having an increase of at least maybe another 8% and then multiplied by their property value increase, because not everyone will be paying 8, some will be paying more. And I'm only guessing because I don't know what the bottom line is. Perhaps education will not come in at a huge increase for us this year, which would be a blessing, but we don't know. So one of the things is to discuss is service level, as to if we kept it at 1.66 or 1.76 with the addition of the one staff member. Discuss that service level where we're all really wanting to see that service level held or improved. And the other consequence is what happens if we don't raise it to at least include cost of living versus lowering the taxes so that residents would not feel the hit so much. And then the last point that I've noticed from some of the reviews going on with for the Municipal Government Act review is that whenever the municipalities, their rural municipalities, spend all the time being very efficient and carefully managing their budgets, the urban neighbors always come after the linear assessment. So they're going to want to have their fair share, although Foothills County doesn't have as much as some other rural municipalities. There's still that the rural municipality becomes a target for cost sharing, and then we would lose that income from the revenue source. So while I'm in support of holding the line, I also realize there's some really tough things to discuss, and I just wanted to raise those that we might have that discussion. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councillor McHugh. I saw you reaching.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not much of a discussion if only one person talks, but I'll go through the chair to CEO Payne. How can we possibly lower services? The low hanging fruit to me would be dust control. I really can't really think of anything else where we could lower the service level. Of course, I'm inspired by the conversation from Deputy Reeve Ohl, but we've experienced the knock-on effects before if we just hold the line. One new position, kudos to administration, a 1.67, a 1.66 or a 1.76 increase is extremely admirable. I'm absolutely getting that we don't know what the provincial requisitions are, and all the hard work of our administration gets blown out of the water when we get police and education tacked on top. But back to the original question, then what other avenues is there for the municipality to lower service levels?
I may, Mr. Chair, that's a loaded question. So for council, just to make numbers maybe simplified, each percentage increase is about $800,000 if we've got an $80 million budget. So if you wanted to find, say, 2% in the budget, we need to find at least 1.6, maybe $2 million to take out of the budget somewhere. And I would suggest that Councillor McHugh's bang on. The low-hanging fruit would be typically in the Public Works budget somewhere. My caution to council going that direction is number one, if you're going to cut things out like dust control and some of the work that our construction crews are doing, that puts the county in a position where you may face legal liability issues down the road. If should some road fall apart and someone have a bad day and a bad accident, that will come back to haunt the county, unfortunately, at some point. In the court of law, there's numerous examples out there where if we're not maintaining infrastructure to best practice standards and engineered standards, we're in a liability position. So I couldn't professionally or personally suggest to council that you should be cutting anything there. I would say we're running as lean as we possibly can in our public works operations and throughout the county. Councillor McHugh's right as well on the comment about where we've been here before and we've tried to cut things in 1 year. Unfortunately, it turns into a sustainability issue for the county from a funding point of view, because down the road, as you get closer to the end of your term, there will be a point where then you've got to play catch up. So if you want 0% this year, then that could translate into 10% year 3 or 4 to catch up again, because the county's subject to inflation. The county's subject to insurance premiums. We have a ton of contractually obligated costs that we really have no control over. The majority of those costs you'll see in April. It's unfortunate that our budget timelines, we're mandated to have a budget in place by December 31st of every year. And then the province doesn't announce their budget until the end of Q1 of the following year. So as the Deputy Reeve pointed out, we're not going to know what our requisition amounts are for education, for policing, or any of those other and sorry, I can't use the word requisition, I guess, legally with the policing cost. That's something that's in legislation, but it is a cost that's passed on to us from the provincial government. So that will all come in April. I don't expect those numbers to be good numbers. I think I've tried to caution council coming up to budget time that those are likely, given growth and how equalized assessment works. We're in a high growth area. I expect that we'll see higher than average impact on education. RCMP is yet to be seen. I'm really waiting with bated breath to see what comes for the councillors that were at the convention. The minister responsible for that area promised we'd have numbers on policing prior to Christmas, actually, was the deadline that he had indicated. As the corporate services director is aware, province was starting to talk like it was going to be a 57 to 60% increase in policing, which is another $1 million for Foothills County. But they put a pause on that for 2025. So for 2026, we'll see what comes very soon. But yeah, other than looking in the public works area, as Councillor McHugh pointed out, there really isn't low-hanging fruit anywhere that I can think of if council wanted to try and find a couple $1 million. That wouldn't come back to bite us down the road.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Being interest rates are so low on our 38 million that we're sitting on, we're only getting 900,000 per year. Why not take $1 million out of there?
I guess we don't have our dollars in terms of capital or our savings in front of us. Can you, off the top of your head?
Through the chair, to Councillor Kendall, I don't understand taking a meeting. I don't understand the question, if you don't mind.
Oh, like, I think we're only getting 1.9 million in interest, you said, projected for 2026?
No, I think it's 900,000.
Yeah, 0.9.
Right.
0.9 million.
Yeah.
900,000. So that's out of 38 million. I think you told me earlier was roughly what we have in savings. And the
In reserve.
interest rates are so low, like when interest rates are low, then it's money just sitting there not doing anything.
Oh,
It's,
thanks. I get it. So you mean in taking 1 million from reserves?
yes.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, you can do that. The fear though is like the CAO had talked about, had mentioned. Now, when you do that, you are artificially injecting 1 million into the tax base. You have to make that up in subsequent years, in future years. So you are either hoping to get enough growth that will outweigh that 1 million that you artificially injected into the tax base, or you have to raise taxes significantly more in future years to make up for that 1 million that you injected. Now we could, depending on what our year-end surplus is, if we do have any, we could use that. But again, we won't know till we've done all our year-end reconciliation and all. We have our records finalized. That's when we'll know how much we actually do have, if we do have any at all.
It was just a thought because interest rates are so low.
Right.
Just to further that line, so this is our operation and capital budget piece. Come May or June, we'll be looking at that budget amendments once we have the requisitions. And at that point, we would then set the mill rates. And so at that point, we could, if desired, dip into reserves to fund as opposed to increase tax rates. Correct?
That's absolutely right. Yes.
Okay. And I guess just the other question or comment I might have. So last year, our education requisition was up, I believe, 20% from the province, if I recall correctly. The policing non-requisition requisition also saw or is going to see significant increase. At the same time, the grants or the money coming from the other direction from the province is on a steady decline. So we saw that spreadsheet a few weeks ago, and I asked about the ASB grant, and there has not been any increase for 11 or since 2011, I believe it was. And LGFF for the old MSI, it's been steadily declining as well, if I understand correctly. So I guess just all this to say that while I don't like any increase in taxes or fees charged, we are being looked at by the province as the way to get the province to balance their budget on the backs of municipalities, is my point. So with that, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this budget. I think these managers have done a good job of keeping this pared down as best they can. The increase is, I'm okay with this increase, and I don't mind the 1.76. The municipality of this size to only have to hire basically one position in this year with the growth we've had, I think is remarkable. We have to keep up with our cost of living expenses and things like that. The zero budget it just doesn't work. It just comes back to bite you, and we'll be fighting it next year and the year after that and catching up. So I think we have to increase a little bit. And like I said, we have lots of unknowns for the next number of months.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So short of the fire department sending smoke signals, which I'm sure there'd be liability issues. So the other possibility is raising service fees, service costs. So our dust control roads, so it's not very appealing. But instead of just doing dust control, if we went back to the metric of if you want dust control, user pay on dust control. So the issue with user pay on that is always been the likes of Division 5 and 6, where everything is paved. So how do you balance that out? But it's kind of a little bit like Alberta healthcare. I'm actually not opposed to having a little bit of a dust control fee. If we're going to be applying oil, then there should be a fee charged. And so that's one possibility. Nobody wants their utility bill to go up, so that's not very likely. And I'm just throwing that out there because if we're looking at it's not appealing to the residents, it makes us look good because we're not raising the income taxes, but we're billing them somewhere else. So anyway, we're having a discussion, so I'm throwing it out there. Thanks.
Councillor Kendall.
Maybe then, in light of that, I hadn't thought of it that way before. Maybe Division 6 and 7 can subsidize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the dust control.
Yeah, yeah. No, I being, I got lots of gravel, lots of dust control in my division, and while I certainly appreciate the conversation, as mentioned, the dust control is the way to kind of level out, in a way, the other divisions that have no gravel, give fair treatment across the board, in a way. So, yeah, I personally, I would not want to see us start charging for dust control because it just isn't fair as far as I can see. So, Deputy Reeve Hole.
Thank you so much for the conversation. Appreciate all the creative ideas, and I guess we're going to go between what do I get for my taxes if you take away dust control for a lot of the rural residents who have the gravel roads, to I don't want a tax increase to anyone who has had an assessment value that has increased or property value that has increased. So I know we're caught in a difficult line of decision making here. But I guess right now, we can look at what we're approving and it looks very responsible. And then, obviously hard work has been done, so much appreciated to come to this. But in the end, when the numbers come in the springtime, and we have to figure out how to roll that out and explain it to our residents who had a really high increase last year, and they say that it's just not sustainable for them, for many citizens to be able to pay that high of an increase every year. And it's not just, and we, looking at the whole, I guess, experience that people are having right now is also insurance is going up $1,000 a year. So, for a lot of people who are in a zone where claims have been made or that they're just changing the way that Alberta pays insurance, that cost plus the property taxes, and that many people are not having an increase in their salaries to compensate for everywhere else that gets to charge for cost of living increase, and really just us recognizing that there is a real hardship for a lot of citizens, and that the decisions we're making here today, and then when it comes down to what is being downloaded onto us, which I think was a very fair statement, is that if our assessment does go up that 6 to 7%, last year 8, I'm sorry, that was property values, but that in effect has a huge effect on the overall assessment. That is what schools are based on. Policing, we're not totally sure of the formula, but we know we're going to get quite a big hit on that. But when we look at that in the spring, I guess that's where we have to recognize that our residents may come to us and say, I can't do this anymore, and some of the other consequences that will come with it. So I just appreciate you sharing creative ideas and us being very thoughtful in however we proceed. Thank you.
Okay, motion time. So a motion to approve the operating budget with the additional staff component and the capital budget. Or we can split it into three if council so chooses, or some other direction. Who would like to make the motion? Councillor Alger.
I like the idea of splitting into three, Mr. Chair. I'm fine with that, and I would give you the motion to approve the safety codes position. I think this is very important as to what Ms. Hemingway was speaking of, that we get a quicker turnaround on our applications, and we've all had the complaints of how long it's been taking. So if this is going to improve that program, then I'm all for it. So I would give you that motion.
Okay, we have that motion. I'm just going to look to Director Hammond quick. The motion does not need to include the other two pieces since there's no budget implication. Is that correct?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The motion will be to include all three positions with one having financial implication. Yeah.
Okay. So would you
moved.
So moved for all three? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any debate on that item? I don't see any. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, operating budget. Motion to approve, motion to postpone, motion to amend. I will take any motion. Do we need more time? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to approve the operating budget.
Okay, we have that motion. Any further debate? All those in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Capital budget. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will give you the motion to approve the capital budget as presented. As I said in my earlier comments, I think all the managers of all these divisions have done a great job of working within their departments to pare this down to as minimum as we can go. And again, we need to, in respect to trucks and equipment and vehicles and all those kind of things, we need to keep up with these things, or they just come up and bite you later on. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion to approve the capital budget for 2025. 26, sorry. Any debate? Call a question. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Director Hammond, for all your work on this. We appreciate it. And everybody else.
Thank you very much, Council.
Okay. Sure. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. And thanks for everybody for your careful attention to all the details in what we were discussing today. I'm just wondering if come springtime, if we could still consider some creative ideas and how things might roll out in terms of funding and recognition of what may come for a very high tax increase for citizens in the spring. Thank you.
So that would be when the mill rate bylaw comes back, I trust. Okay. Might be interesting to see what the purchasing power of that 75th anniversary grant is today compared to what it was when we received it. Okay. It is 2:05 and we have a 1:30 that we didn't get to. So let's turn to our agenda. The mill rate bylaw, second and third reading. Page 35 of our agenda, municipal manager of planning applications. Oh, she is not here with us. Is she coming? We'll just need it. Okay, let's just take a Thank you. Welcome back. Fee bylaw amendments, second and third reading, page 35 of our agenda. Manager of Planning Applications, Samantha Payne. Welcome here. You can take the lead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. The purpose of this meeting is to provide a brief overview of the proposed amendments to the county's fee bylaw schedules, which detail the fees and rates that the county charges for a variety of services and products. Currently, there are 15 fee bylaw schedules, which are generally reviewed on an annual basis. Back in September of this year, staff undertook a review of the current fee bylaw schedules and identified amendments for 9 of the 15 schedules. The proposed amendments were provided to Council for review in the form of a staff report at Council's organizational meeting back on October 29th, where Council granted first reading to a bylaw to authorize the amendments. Now, through the remainder of this presentation, I will provide Council with a brief overview of the proposed amendments. On each slide, I will speak to the proposed amendment and include the pertinent section of each fee bylaw schedule with the proposed amendment shown in red text. Starting with fee bylaw schedule A, which details the planning services fees. The first amendment includes removing note 7 and the $5,000 planning fee associated with submissions to the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board, as this board no longer exists. The next amendment proposes to restructure some of the current planning services fees into a new administrative fee section, and some of the key changes are as follows. Addition of notes 1 to 3, which include definitions for adjournment, postponement, and recess, in order to clarify the purpose of each of these 3 different types of requests. Addition of note 4 to clarify that when an adjournment, postponement, or recess request is denied, that the fee required to be paid with these types of requests will be refunded in full. Moving the current development permit appeal fees and subdivision appeal fee from other sections of Schedule A to this new section. Revision to the appeal fee line item for all appeals to a development officer's decision on a development permit to no longer allow for the refund of the $100 appeal fee when the appellant appears before the appeal board. And lastly, the addition of a new $575 appeal fee for an appeal of a compliance order, as we currently do not have a fee listed for this type of appeal. Now we review the amendments proposed for fee bylaw Schedule B, which details the safety code services fees. For building permits, the following fee increases are proposed. Increase in the filing fee by $25. Increase the per square foot application fee by 5 to 10 cents. And for the building permit application fees that are not based on square feet, the fee is proposed to be increased by approximately 10%. For safety code permits, all fees for gas, plumbing, electrical, and septic permits are proposed to be increased by approximately 10%. Permit fees for other than new residential are also proposed to be increased by 10%. And lastly, a 10% increase is also proposed for permit penalties. Moving on to fee bylaw Schedule D, which outlines the GIS and mapping services fees. The single amendment proposed includes removing the $100 fee for area structure plan maps required to meet the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board submission requirements, again, as this board no longer exists. Now looking at fee bylaw Schedule E, which details the road allowance and municipal lands rates and fees. The proposed amendments include increasing the initial and final application fees from $350 to $400 for applications for both a new license and for a purchase. For fee bylaw Schedule F, which includes the assessment and taxation rates and fees, has the following proposed amendments. Under Assessment Complaint section, it is proposed to remove the $50 fee for business tax, as the county does not currently have a bylaw for business tax. Under the taxation section, the following key amendments are proposed. We have the addition of a note to clarify that these fees apply when services are requested by non-owners of property, removing the administration office fees for tax certificates and tax searches, as these will no longer be done in-house starting in 2026, and to increase the credit card surcharge from 2.11 to 2.4%, as this is the current cost recovery for a credit card surcharge. Moving on to fee bylaw Schedule H, which outlines the Scott Seaman Sports Rink facility rates and fees. The following amendments are proposed. We have a 3% increase in the ice rental fees, with the exception of the school rate, which remains unchanged, and the addition of a new $20 special room rate for schools needing to book a room for an activity that does not require the setup of any tables or chairs. Now looking at fee bylaw Schedule J, which details the Foothills Cemetery fees. The following key amendments are proposed. We have a revision to Note 4 to clarify monument work permit scope and timing, to double the plot niche license fee for a non-resident, non-landowner to help ensure the longevity of interment spaces for residents as identified by the cemetery's bylaw. Addition of a new fee section for memorial programs, which includes a $500 per inscription fee for both the Highlands Lookout and Highlands Field of Honor. Addition of a $250 plot niche license return application fee. And lastly, a revision is proposed to the definition for historical resident, previous resident to provide clarity on adult status. And these proposed amendments are supported by the Foothills Cemetery Board. For fee bylaw Schedule K, which details the county cemetery fees, the key proposed amendments include a revision to Note 3 to clarify monument work permit scope and timing, addition of a new fee section for memorial programs, which includes a $500 memorial wall per inscription fee, addition of a $250 plot niche license return application fee, and lastly, a revision is proposed again for the definition for historical resident, previous resident to provide clarity on adult status. And please note that these proposed amendments are supported by the County Cemeteries Committee. The final amendment proposed is for fee bylaw Schedule N, which details the airport fees. And the amendment includes increasing the annual sublease fee. This public meeting and all proposed fee bylaw amendments were advertised in the November 26th and December 3rd editions of the Western Wheel newspaper, as well as on the county's website for the past 30 days. And to date, we have not received any written submissions. In conclusion, should council have no concerns with the amendments as proposed, staff is respectfully requesting council to consider granting second and third reading to bylaw 67, 2025. And these fees would come into effect January 1st of next year. And that concludes my presentation, Mr. Chair, and we do have staff members available from each department who put forward proposed amendments to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Payne. And so there's no changes since first reading, correct? Everything looks the same.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a theoretical, kind of a dumb question. I'm sure you can't answer it, but I'm just kind of curious. What kind of added revenues would these fee increases generate in 1 year? I know it's a dumb question, but.
If I may, through the chair to Councillor Kendall, unfortunately, I don't know enough about the budget associated with these fee increases to answer that. My apologies.
Just because we were on the heels of the budget, I just couldn't help but ask. What? Exactly. And then I would up them by double to cover it for the next 2 years. No, I was just kind of curious because, I mean, I'm sure these certain increases were increased for a certain reason, like maybe there's problems with them or people abuse them or they're highlighted ones where you can make some more money or something like that. I don't know. It was just a question.
I think Director Hemingway might have an answer?
Somewhat of an answer. The municipal services offered within this fee schedule are charged by fees simply by what they cost us. So we don't typically see any revenue associated with them. In fact, some of the fees we charge are much lower than what the actual work costs us to do, but that is about as high as we can charge in order to have the public actually make the applications. So it isn't appropriate for a nonprofit organization such as the municipality to make money off these activities. There's likely zero level revenue. In fact, we're still likely in the hole on a number of fronts. Sorry, I'm looking at Councillor Kendall and speaking away from my microphone. So I wanted to let you know that while we are trying to keep up with fees that are charged by other municipalities in the area, and that would at least take us to a zero grade. Often we're not quite even at a zero grade.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Chair to Ms. Payne. Sorry, I can't remember if it was Schedule C or D, but there was quite a few 10% increases, 10%, 10%, 10%, and 10%. So the rationale behind 10% as opposed to 5%.
5A, Mr. Chair, I believe that's for building safety code services fees under Schedule B, and Director Hemingway would be able to answer that.
Go ahead.
So safety codes fees are proposing almost across the board 10% increases. There have been no increases by safety codes fees since 2021. We have been remiss in increasing these in accordance with inflation and with adjacent municipalities' costs. We're quite far behind other municipalities in our safety codes fees. I would anticipate if council supports this, we will bring in another 10% next year and another 10% the following year in order to get fees up to a typical standard in the region. Okotoks is over twice our costs. High River is over twice our costs. We're similar to Rocky View County, but in our lower region down here, we're quite low. And that simply reflects, again, the cost of the service. We don't like to make any more of an increase than 10%, as that can really put a dent in people's budgets. But if we do a gradual increase over a number of years, we feel we might be able to bring things back up to an appropriate amount for our region.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and from the chair to Ms. Payne. The community sustainability fee seems to be pretty inadequate to keep up with infrastructure costs when we're, like, for instance, Dunbow Road looking for roundabouts and lane widenings and so on and so forth. These prices and per lot, so from 80, from 1 to 80, and then from 80 to 500, and then from 500 on, they seem to be low to the point where they're not going to keep up with infrastructure costs especially for road improvements. Like to just doing some quick math, maybe like 4 times or 5 times as much as they should be, is what they should be, as what we've got here now, from $11,300 for the first 80 lots, $3,000 from 80 to 500. These kind of charges don't add up to infrastructure costs, as far as I can tell. So I'd like to see this be reviewed and made some drastic changes to.
What page are you on, Mr. Callister?
43.
I think Director Hemingway might have comment on that.
Okay. Just for everyone's understanding, this community sustainability fee is simply a fee charged per lot. We have not increased it for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, maybe more. So it certainly, I would suggest, would benefit from a look. The fee is not intended necessarily to pay for specific infrastructure, like you may think, like Dunbow Road, traffic circle Council is interested in asking for new development to cover the cost of specific infrastructure, then what we need to do as a county is adopt an offsite levy bylaw. Now, you can only take funds from a property, a parcel of land once in an offsite levy bylaw. You have one opportunity. Whereas the community sustainability fee is charged again and again and again because council often will subdivide a parcel and then re-subdivide a parcel and re-subdivide a parcel. So an offsite levy is a very different vehicle, and it's very specific in the Municipal Government Act on the requirements. It needs to be on capital costs of specific infrastructure where the lands that are paying are going to directly benefit from that infrastructure, and you can only charge it once. So that is why we've been very hesitant to develop an offsite levy bylaw for areas throughout the county without the information of a very specific piece of infrastructure, such as a water or wastewater treatment plant, which will benefit the Highway 2A corridor. So as Mr. Reva Cameron mentioned this morning, we'll be coming forth with a draft offsite levy bylaw for your consideration, which will speak to the payment of a per hectare charge, not a per lot charge, in the amounts of $70,000 to $80,000 per hectare, which will help to cover the costs of the infrastructure specific to the Highway 2A corridor, water and wastewater. The Dunbow Road Traffic Circle, there are funds taken from the development in the vicinity to support that. And I believe that the community sustainability fee is putting funds towards that as well. But to increase it is a challenge, is that it's used for a number of fronts. We talk about it for libraries, recreation, fire services, but I do believe that Director Hammond will talk to you about other ways it is also utilized, where an offsite levy has to be reported annually and it has to go specifically to the infrastructure that you require. So if you're looking for us to develop an offsite levy bylaw for specific infrastructure and specific parts of the county, whether it's recreation or fire or transportation or utility systems, we can certainly do that. But we would need to identify a benefiting area and we would need to identify the infrastructure costs specifically.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess where I'm at right now is I've got a road, namely Dunbow Road, that has significant problems in that residential growth has increased substantially and no upgrades have been done. And other than the traffic circle that is out for tender at the moment, there are no other plans that I know of that have funding or planning for them. So it doesn't seem that any offset levies have been applied specifically, and that might be the biggest problem. Whereas this community sustainability fee schedule seems to be geared towards creating as many new residences as possible, but not collecting enough fees to support infrastructure to sustain them. That's where I'm at. And that's why I'd like to see all of these fees redressed and changed dramatically. Thank you. So if I'm hearing you right, Councillor Callister, perhaps a review of the community sustainability fee would be an action coming out of this? Yeah, I definitely would give you a motion for that. Okay, we'll come back to you. Councillor oh, they're not there. Okay, anybody else? Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've kind of been in and out and off and on with the buttons because I'm thinking I'm reading this right, but Mrs. Payne, so in the safety codes notes number 1 of development proceeds prior to obtaining the proper permits, the fees may be doubled. So is the fees that we're talking about, is it the development permit fee, the building permit fee, like there's electrical and plumbing and all the other fees that are all. So if I go out and build a building and without a development permit, what's my fine when Mr. Stapley shows up and his friends?
1.6. Yeah.
1.6, 1.6.
Zero budget.
Any answer there?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if Director Hemingway wanted to answer that or.
Oh, she's on. Yeah, go ahead.
It's specific to safety codes. If you are caught constructing without a building permit, and a building permit is required, you'll be required to get a building permit, and we have the ability to double, to charge you twice the application amount.
So just on the square foot, so this number per square feet, so whatever size the building is.
Yeah.
Based on that.
Yep.
So no electrical, plumbing or anything like that.
No, all of it will be doubled, can be doubled. I don't think we've ever done it. I think maybe we've done it once.
Yeah.
But usually if somebody's coming in with a building permit, we're just thankful that they're there.
Yeah. I don't know what the other counselors feel, but I get a lot of calls that it seems to be the norm that it's easier to beg for forgiveness and ask for permission within the county. So a lot of people are going out and building these buildings, and then when the neighbor complains, and then they come back, and then it goes to planning, and then the development permit gets issued as a rule. And I don't know if there's any way around that, and that's where I was going with the fines. Can we, get it out there that fines could be a lot heavier if you're caught in doing that? So I don't know what a typical cost of what a typical fine would be, kind of thing.
If I may, sir,
Yeah.
we haven't really taken that tactic too strongly. We haven't found that it necessarily works or dissuades people.
Yeah.
Eventually, they'll find out that they can't get an electrical permit because they don't have a building permit. Eventually, they're going to come in and do the building permit. So we find it's pretty rare. The issues with the development permits are another thing, but building permits, people tend to have to get them these days. It's pretty hard to build a structure without having to get a building permit. Agricultural building aside, where they're not required to have one. Certainly people try and go ahead without getting a development permit. That's never going to change. And we can't find our way out of that one. We're better off being helpful and not expensive, getting people through the process as quickly and as efficiently as possible than taking the carrot approach versus a stick approach isn't really work. Because you end up in court and that costs more and takes longer, and it's not a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? So I'd look for second reading of the fee bylaw. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would give you a second motion, but just a little bit of a reminder, maybe the Chair of Cemeteries remembers, what was the memorial wall inscription where we're doing, if you could tweak my memory? The fee for memorial walls at cemeteries.
Glad to have you here, Ms. Cortential Allen.
So originally, if I might, the fee for the memorial wall was put in place before the capital projects were addressed. We were looking in capital projects for walls for memorialization on two faces, one from the Field of Honor perspective for veterans and the other for folks who were looking to memorialize their family members who perhaps their ashes were spread somewhere else, and there is nothing to say that they existed in the world outside of having a place and space to be memorialized. However, during our process, we may not be doing that this next year, but we'd like to have the fee in place so when we are ready for doing the memorial walls, that we can proceed with taking on those inscriptions.
Okay, so we have second reading from Councillor Alger. Any Councillor? At least I'm looking the right way, Councillor McHugh. I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Just a second reading. And then we'll come back to your item. Okay. That motion carries. Third reading. Counselor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Now I'm going to go back to Counselor Callister. I believe you wanted a motion to direct administration to review the CSF.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as I understand, the Calgary costs per new home is 100,000 per new home for infrastructure costs associated with them. It's more than that. So yeah, I don't know how we are doing $11,300 and calling it adequate. So yes, I would give you that motion to let's redress this and make some changes to the community sustainability fees.
Okay. And we will look for a report down the road. Any debate on that item? Well, understand the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor? And motion carries. Okay, we are done our 1:30. So thank you all to those who came for this. We appreciate your time here. Let's go to a couple items from Director of Public Works, Vian Kruger, Dunbow Road intersection B1, page 3 of our agenda. Are we going to need CAO Payne here for this one? I'm sure Director Hemingway can handle it. Thank you for coming, Director Kruger. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council. The purpose of this report is just to provide Council with some background information and previous feedback regarding intersections of Dunbow Road at Heritage Point Drive at the golf course there and Artesia Boulevard, and to support Council discussion on potential next steps for these intersections. Before I get started here, I've tried my best to summarize hundreds of pages of reports and studies that have been done so far on Dunbow Road, as well as what we heard report that was done by the planning department 3 years ago after some public consultation. That what we heard report along with the study is available on our website. I can provide Council a link to that after this as well. It is available to the public. Just speaking about that what we heard report, over 150 people attended the open house, and surveys were provided both online and mail-in. 187 online surveys were completed. 81% of the survey respondents lived in the study area or Artesia. Some of the key findings of the Dunbow Road intersections were 82% of respondents were satisfied with the current speed limit on Dunbow Road. Intersection preferences, it was proposed to them roundabouts, signalization. 69% preferred roundabouts over signals. Some of the safety concerns that were brought up, they ranked it out of 10. Now, the survey results show for 8th Street and Heritage Point Drive, 5.5 out of 10 showed concern, and 2nd Street intersection, 5.8 out of 10. That's where the roundabouts out for tender right now is the 2nd Street East one. They all were also asked about wait times, and at 8th Street East, which is the golf course, they ranked at about 4.9 out of 10. Again, 10 would be waiting way too long. Just talking about some of the roundabouts versus signal conversation again, the majority were support with roundabouts. The key with that is keeping traffic moving, and they are perceived as being safer as well. Some concerns were pedestrian safety and driver being familiar with how to use roundabouts. The Artesia intersection, we were asked to talk about several concerns noted safety with turning left into Artesia, especially with increased traffic on Dunbow Road. Some residents specifically requested a roundabout at Artesia entrance to address some of these issues. Now, just to provide some of the technical input, and this was where the WAT report comes in, that's on the website. As the study scope evaluated current and future traffic conditions, intersection performance, and improved options for Dunbow Road, including the Artesia Boulevard intersection. Now, specifically looking at the Artesia intersection, current conditions, the intersection currently operates at acceptable levels of service, but is expected to experience increased delays and congestion as area development continues. They looked at future projections. So looking at 2045 for that intersection, without upgrades, the intersection will approach or exceed capacity, especially for eastbound through and northbound left movement. Long queues and delays are projected if no improvements are made. And as you're aware, with that intersection just to the west of there, the highway 2 and the bridge is right there as well. So within that report, the recommended improvements, I think the biggest one to note here is by 2030, signalization is recommended at the Artesia Boulevard. And 2045, as traffic grows, further upgrades may include additional lanes or roundabout, depending on council direction and development progression. So again, it will be driven by development. The study also recommends a 4-lane cross section for Dunbow Road east of 32nd Street with intersection upgrades as needed. I feel the report did a good job at that, and it showed how we can handle East Dunbow Road and the upgrades there. A big thing on Dunbow Road for that section too, and we've been kind of handling that as development comes in or changes are made, especially with approaches. Anytime we have an opportunity, we try to remove an approach off Dunbow Road for that future road work. Now moving to Heritage Point Drive, that's 8th Street East. The 10-year horizon, and it's important to note this is a different study that Watt did. This study was for between 2 and 2A, and that was in 2022. So that this 10-year horizon started in 2022. They laid out 4 different scenarios. Scenario 1 is upgrade all the intersections to a single lane roundabout. All movement expected to operate at level of service A or B, delays below 13 seconds. And anytime we look at traffic studies, the level of service is what they look at. A and B is very good. Scenario 2 would be to maintain existing geometry and controls, which is still satisfactory. That's within the 10-year window, which is 2032. But roundabouts outperform stop-controlled intersections in both operations and safety. Now in the 25-year horizon, scenario 3, upgrade to 2-lane roundabouts, performance level of service B or better for all movements, except westbound through Heritage Lake Drive, which shows level of service D, and that's if there's no upgrades. That's when you'd see that level of service D. At 8th Street, roundabout movements remain the same at level of service A or B, and delays are manageable. Of course, signalization is always an option. Looking at scenario 4, with signalization, performance is acceptable, but roundabouts provide superior operational and safety benefits. Now, design options. Several cross sections and intersection layouts were developed, including roundabout and signalized intersections. Roundabouts are highlighted as a preferred option by both public and technical analysis for maintaining traffic flow and safety, provided they're designed to accommodate large vehicles and future traffic volumes. I think it's important to note and to know that Dunbow is what's considered typically a high load corridor. So we do see a lot of bigger vehicles move through there. There's no power lines crossing. Unfortunately, it is what it is with that. Traffic volumes and intersection performance should be monitored to determine when upgrades are required. I think that falls within looking at these reports and renewing them as needed as well. So that's the best I could do at summarizing it without keeping it too technical for council. There's a few different requests council could consider. We could receive it as discussion only. Number 2 is direct administration to update the reports, or 3, take no further action. Of course, with that, we could still monitor the safety, the traffic and safety conditions with future upgrades to be considered as development continues and traffic volumes increase. I'm here for any questions council might have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the director. What we heard engagement, when was that conducted?
Through the reef, that was 3 years ago. 2022, 3 years ago.
3 years ago. Okay. Okay, so, and it was conducted through the hamlet of Heritage Point only and Artesia?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Just knowing ourselves, we would have advertised the open house by a big blue sign, and we would have mailed out invitations to both sides of Dunbow Road and Artesia. From Highway 2A to the edge of Artesia.
Okay, so.
Plus we just put up a big blue sign.
So we're capturing about 1,300 people there?
I'm afraid I don't recall.
I'm looking at about 900 at the lake, a couple hundred at the golf course, and a couple 300 at Artesia. So I just feel, I'm just looking at, we got 187 online participants out of a population up and down Dunbow Road of well over 2,000 people, I would think. Which seems to be, we've got about less than 10% participation in this survey, which kind of troubles me in that it's 3 years old as well. I would like to, and I mean, it's not just people on Dunbow Road that are using Dunbow Road. It's everybody. It's Division 7. It's people from Calgary that are cutting through and going back to Legacy. But just for Division 6 and I would think that we would, even people that are off Dunbow Road down 32nd Avenue, all the way to 552, all the way up 552 to 80th Street. Like there's a lot of people in there that we didn't get with this survey. We've got less than 10% participation. So I don't know how I feel about the numbers here as presented. And I wonder what it would cost for us to re-engage another survey of more people, in fact, the majority of people in Division 6, and see if we and see what we get back from there, and what it would, you know, just to, whether it be a mail out with a time schedule on a online survey, please complete this survey by such and such a time, just to re-engage with that and get some fresh numbers.
Through the reef to Councillor Callister, we could definitely consider that. Knowing I was at the open house assisting planning with that as well. We had residents show up from De Winton further east on Dunbow as well. Then it was very well advertised at the time. And I believe the biggest thing we were looking at the time is the residents that would be directly impacted with the intersection improvements on Dunbow. We wanted to know, do they prefer roundabouts? Do they prefer lighting? Which way? You know, and for myself, just remembering, it was very well advertised and on social media with signage and mail outs. I think the biggest thing to consider here is potentially looking at what it would look like to update the reports. Director Hemingway spoke about levies earlier. You know, these reports could come with estimates, and as per the MGA, you can't just make up a levy. It needs to be based on actual costs. So reports like these could be used to assist with levy implementing a levy. as well. So just some.
For sure. Thank you for that. So the original Watt report, was that from 2022 as well, or is that the one from 2016?
Through the Reef to Councillor Callister, that's correct. So there's two reports. There's what we call the Dunbow East report. That's the 2016 report. I would say not a lot has changed on that one. Typically with those reports, you could do an update. It wouldn't take too much. There's been some development going in there. You just need some updated traffic counts. The other report is the Dunbow report between 2 and 2A. That one was done in 2022. Yeah, so there's the two report, the Dunbow East 2016 and 2022 between 2 and 2A.
Thank you. And I just want to say for the record that doing a study on Dunbow Road for, say, the month of November, December is a lot different than doing the study in July, August. June, July, August. And I think, I don't know what time of year this was done, if it was done throughout a whole year or what, but be interesting to know about that.
Yeah, through the Reef, that's very correct. We had discussions with them. As you mentioned, I believe the summer months is the time to do the right study there. You've got golf courses all along Dunbow that are open. That sees increased traffic. You've got to make sure, depending if school's in or school's out. So when we look at these traffic studies, we definitely take that into consideration. And even when I look at the developer studies, when they send traffic impact assessments, we look at things like that. Is it, if it wasn't done in the winter, okay. In the case like Dunbow, it's going to look a lot different if it's outside of a golf course in the summer. So we make sure that those factors are included.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair to Director Kruger. So I think, so the closest one I see time-wise here is then from the Watt report is the recommendation for an improvement at Artesia Boulevard intersection. So that's looking like a 2030 recommendation. We've started at Heritage Point there. We got our RFP out that at some point there might be a traffic circle built there. But so 2030 is not that far away. I guess I kind of also look to the area councillor, but taking that, the recommendation was for signal lights. Should we be starting to plan for a traffic circle at that location? How much lead time do we need? Considering 2030 is just around the corner.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So how many traffic circles, like, would that be 3 along Dunbow Road? Or 4?
Through the Reef to Councillor Kendall at full build out,
Yeah.
or just currently with the Watt reports, I believe there was 4 between 2 and 2A.
Yeah.
And like as mentioned, the one in Artesia, they talk about signalization, but a roundabout is an option there as well.
Yeah. I think you should just like ask the guy who's doing the one and maybe we can get a deal on all 4.
Councillor Callister.
Yeah, I did my own survey through Heritage Point and Artesia for about 3 months during the campaign. And I can tell you that the people there are ready for roundabouts now. The people in front of the golf course and the people at the Artesia intersection, they're ready for roundabouts like next year. So maybe we could take that survey as information as well, because I knocked on literally hundreds and hundreds of doors through there, and that was pretty much everybody I spoke to there, which was hundreds and hundreds of people. They're all ready now.
Councillor McHugh.
So sorry, I was just trying to clarify. So the one outside of the golf course would be a single lane or a dual lane?
Through the reef to Councilor McCrew, I believe they're all proposed to be single lane at first. We're designing them so that they could easily be turned into a dual lane in the future when the trigger is there. The one luxury we have in that spot, it is a very wide intersection, so there's lots of room to work with there.
We don't have to get land. Oh, isn't that a blessing? So, sorry, the priority is which intersection, the golf course or Artesia? Or that's not really determined?
Through the reef to the floor, 2nd Street is the current priority. That's where the tender is out for the roundabout. Yeah. And then after that, it's going to be, I believe it would be beneficial to update or get a refresh on the report between 2 and 2A. Some of the development that's gone in there, especially when you look at 5th Street, it is a little bit different than what was initially considered in the report. And especially if the 2nd Street roundabout goes in, I am curious to see how that changes the report, and potentially on that could we could have another discussion with council, and council could set the priority for which roundabout should be done next.
And how many millions per roundabout?
I will let council know after the tender closes.
So we have three options on page 5, possible options. So the middle one, direct administration to update reports. So I guess updating these reports is the first step if we were seeking roundabouts, or is there a way to skip the updating reports and go to the next step?
We could certainly do that, Mr. Reeve. We could go to the next step. I think the only benefit of updating report, like I said, the highway, the report Dunbow East is, I would say, not as critical as the 2 and 2A one. It could potentially give us new targets. That's what I would look for a new updated report between 2 and A. It's just updated targets for when these intersections need to be upgraded. And we could expand that just to include the Artesia one, that stretch there.
Councillor Callister.
Yeah, I definitely would appreciate and agree with that the golf course is a bad intersection because you've got people coming out of the golf course. If they're trying to turn left to go to Highway 2, they're crossing 4 lanes of traffic to do so. Nobody's slowing down going over that overpass. And Artesia is much the same problem. People trying to turn left into Artesia. They get lined up in the slip lane there, and it's a dangerous situation. I've talked to so many people where they've got, new drivers. They're teenagers. They're just learning to drive, and they're scared to let them go out on the road. So I would appreciate to include the Artesia overpass in the 8th Street as well.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Chair to Director Kruger. So this is just going to be an operating cost, or is this going to be a capital item cost, this report? Or are we taking contributions from Councillor Callister?
Well, thank you through the chair to Councillor McHugh. I think with all the cut throughs from Calgary, maybe at the intermunicipal meeting we have with Calgary, we can ask for a little bit of funding help on the golf course one there, because you've got so many people coming through Highway 2 to 2A to get back to Legacy and the other way as well. Maybe they'll pitch in on my roundabout.
Okay, so we have some options ahead of us. Which direction are we wanting to go, Councillor McHugh?
Thanks. Sorry. No, in all seriousness, is this just a traffic count or what's involved in this report?
Through the reef, I believe, yeah, the last time we did this one, it was just a traffic count was the biggest thing to it. And then they already have all the data, just an updated memo for the intersections we've identified.
Okay, so rough cost?
They might be listening. I don't. Yeah.
Municipal Manager Eva Cameron.
Yes, I think it would be important to update the report. And one of the changes that's come about and we're facing on the Highway 23 roundabout east of town here is the province is requiring it be 4-laned, not single lane. So 2 lanes, sorry, not. But anyway, so if you're looking at Artesia or the golf course, you might be looking at having to have, 4 lanes roundabout instead. So that's an important question. And not for sticker shock, but I just received the estimate on the Highway 23 roundabout, 13.4 million. That's four lanes because the province has a new directive where they won't accept 2 or single lane roundabouts within a certain distance of an overpass. And of course, here we have the Deerfoot overpass.
Okay, so are we looking at option 2, direct administration to update reports? And then we can bring that back and further consideration at that point. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Councillor Callister.
Yes, I'll give you that motion.
Okay, I have that motion. Anything further? All those in favor? Motion carries. Director Kruger, while you are here, you have one more item. B3, request to sign up for C-Click Fix 311 system, page 28 of our council agenda. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'm just going to move over there. I have a video to share with council.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. The purpose of this request is to seek council's approval to sign up to Civics Plus C-Click Fix platform. It's a 311 customer relationship management system. We're hoping to use remaining funds from the 2025 budget. This system will modernize service request management and improve transparency for Foothills County residents. Just a little bit of background. Foothills County, mainly Public Works, currently handles service requests via phone, email, and front desk intake, which leads to inconsistent routing and missed follow-ups. There's no formal tracking system, making it difficult to report trends or justify staffing or equipment needs. We're hoping that this system can address some of these challenges by providing a few things. There's a public-facing portal and mobile app for residents to submit requests with photos or videos. We'll have a link from our website where they can click, and I'll show council a little demo here in a second. It has auto routing based on location. I thought this was a really neat function. If we get requests for the Davisburg Bridge. It immediately lets residents know who to contact for that, so it can route them to the appropriate contact. Internal request tracking for our staff, GIS integration if we wish, customizable categories for departments, reporting dashboards to support council presentations and budget justification. The platform includes a branded Foothills County mobile app if we wish, enhancing accessibility and engagement. Civic Plus has offered a 50% discount for the first year, reducing the total cost for next year to $16,800 if an agreement is finalized before the year end. Administration explored multiple different vendors and conducted several product demonstrations. While other platforms offered basic request intake, they lacked key capabilities. The investment will allow the creation of the county platform to begin as soon as agreement is signed, with implementation to begin in early 2026. It's been told it takes about 10 to 14 weeks to build this before we can roll it out, but hoping it can be done quicker. It will position Foothills County to modernize the service delivery and improve resident satisfaction. I'm hoping this works with sound, but I'd like to show council a quick demonstration.
This video will demonstrate how a resident can submit a request in Civic Plus's Citizen Relationship Management System. See ClickFix. From the portal, click Add a New Request. The geolocation feature will locate the request's origination directly onto the map, while the resident also sees options to type in an address or move the PIN manually. If needed, the mapping layer may be switched. Once the resident has confirmed the location, the system will display any available request categories. For example, to report a pothole, select the pothole category. The duplicate detection function will populate previous reports of this pothole and others within a certain vicinity. If this was not a duplicate, the resident could continue by adding a picture of the pothole and go to the next step and give you any other relevant information. This step is where the resident can input details about the request. After confirming the details, they can submit the request to your administration. Respond to a request. This video will demonstrate how to respond to a request. Anytime a request is entered into the system, it will automatically come into the request dashboard. Individuals assigned to a specific task will be notified and prompted to acknowledge the request and update the record, constituent, and any public-facing map shared within the organization. These features also streamline internal communications regarding ongoing requests for internal viewing only, allowing you to include additional public notifications while controlling which internal stakeholders have access to that feature. When the team completes the work order, you can close the request and the record, the constituent, and the forward-facing map feature will be updated accordingly. Conversations. This video will demonstrate how to utilize the Conversations feature within Civic Plus's Citizen Relationship Management System. See ClickFix. Conversations is designed to close the circle on customer service. The resident's profile will automatically be created when a request is received. This feature will allow you to build and organize a history of interactions with each resident user within the profile, getting to know them better over time. Any requests a resident has submitted can be seen from the profile. In addition, Conversations allow you to offer the public text and email channels to ask customer service questions and interact with municipal staff. Staff members can reply to conversations via text or email or manually enter an inquiry as a service request.
Now with that, I just want to show council, there's a few Alberta municipalities that use this. I believe there is a bigger list. You can click on this just to show council what it would look like on the web-based side of things. The app is very similar, and if it's a county branded app, There's links to our website. You can push notices to it if for fire bans, anything like that. Now, this is what the public can see. You can click on a request. You can see the status of it, any communication that's gone on, and as well as any closed requests show up as well. It's very user friendly. I've created quite a few test ones for Leduc to follow up on. Accidentally. I haven't got a call from them yet, but you just basically click new request. You go on the map, you confirm the location. And this we can build internally. The other departments can eventually tag on if they wish. We built this internally. The great thing is, like, they use pothole as a very popular example. Add an image, or you can do no photo, add your description. And I'm not going to click confirm details this time. They've already had enough pothole requests for me, but once that's put in, it goes to the proper staff member right away, and they can delegate. They'll have a list of completed outstanding items. It's easy to track. It's easy for us to get back to residents. If we get 10 complaints about the same pothole, for example, it doesn't give us 10 different things. It's smart enough to combine them into one. Anyway, I just wanted to give council a quick little view of that. If there's any questions, I can answer them.
CAO Payne has something to add?
Yeah, just for council, I wanted to add that this isn't something that administration just ran off and looked for as a solution. It was something that the prior council had directed that staff take a look into. Historically, we've had, used to be our operations deputy director of operations, Mike Gallant, who was taking the calls. Prior to him, it was one of our directors. As council can imagine, having one or two people taking the number of calls we receive for a municipality our size has burned staff out over the years, and we've lost people because of that, good people who have been here a long time. So one of the things council directed us to do was to improve our communications with the public, and the other was to find some solution that could take calls, especially in situations where you have like a heavy snowfall event. Between that on-call cell phone and the front reception, there's only 2 receptionists sitting there. It's really not great service to individuals when you end up with 50 or 60 voicemails that take days to get back through at some point. So this is intended to be a system where there's sort of a live ongoing dialogue where other residents can see if the issue's already been logged. The hope is that once people start making use of it, and it's not to say everyone will, we'll still have to be flexible and take calls through the phone system and other methods. But the idea is that this would help alleviate some of the call volume and show residents what's being requested and what time it's taking to follow up on those various requests. Snow was only one example. Of course, there's potholes and sidewalks and all kinds of other things that we receive calls about. But just wanted to clarify for council, this isn't something we just went out looking for as a nice to have. It's intended to be a solution to keep the people we have in place and allow them to make better use of their time doing their jobs rather than spending days on the phone trying to call people back about the same issue that's logged over and over and over while we're trying to take care of it at the same time.
Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair. Just a couple of questions. Do we know how much Leduc County is utilizing it and how long they've had it?
For the chair to Councillor Estes, unfortunately, I don't know that. Just before this, I asked ClickFix or Civic Plus to see if they can send me a list of the municipalities. So I just got that list. I know our director of corporate services, he's the one who helped, who identified it as they've used it before in the previous municipality. But that's definitely, I can ask that question for you. I don't have that at hand right now.
Thank you. In theory, and I'm sure in works, it's great. Do we have the option of testing it? Well, okay, let me backtrack. Sorry. If we were to find out from those other counties how much it's being utilized and how long they've had it for, so you can get an idea of how strong it is as being used by their population. And then we're to go forward with, or look at going forward with something like this. Is there a trial possibility?
Through the reef to the floor, we could definitely use next year with this 50% discount as the trial.
Okay. One last question. Sorry. Is there any way of, since you've reported potholes in Leduc, this could be quite, quite a lot of fun for some people to play around with. Is there any catch guards, catch safe ways of screening all that out?
Yeah,
you.
thank you for that question. And when we were doing the demos going through this process this year, I had both GIS and IT sit in on this, and they asked that same question. And there is safeguards built in to try to catch duplicate accounts or fake accounts from reporting things they shouldn't be. Also catching things that aren't relevant or maybe not appropriate to show up on that map.
Sorry, I was just gonna make comment that, yeah, someone might phone or put in that their gopher is loose in their kitchen or something, so.
Deputy Evil.
Thanks for all the homework, obviously over some time on this one, but yeah, the imagination can kind of go on this one as to how we might have more requests than would be what usually would have been received, and then can you respond to that incrementally more requests? But a couple questions just on what this product would come with. Is there some form of training for staff that, or is it not that complicated to use? I guess it's just training for staff and then also how-to videos for the users. So something that would be needed for anyone who's never used it before or that might be a little intimidated by it.
Through the reef to Councillor Deputy Revolt, that's correct. They'll provide that during that build process. The staff will be involved assisting with that. And there's something that's called a call taker interface. That's something we could look at in the future, but we will still get calls. Hope that the goal with this is to reduce calls, especially with it being so convenient for public to just go on their phone or the website. But yeah, we'll definitely work with Civic Plus to get some kind of education out to the public, but also staff internally.
And so at this time, if there's an after hours, thank you for that. If there's an after hours emergency, we have a number, that 188 number, and would this be something that would replace that? And then would there be somebody who's on call that would keep check on this platform?
Thank you for the question. This is not intended for emergencies, and it's clear when you go to the page. There'll be a disclaimer, and I know for the Leduc one, for example, if you click on it, emergency, you click on it and it gives you that emergency after hours call phone number.
Okay, thank you for that. Last question is, if they send in a message to the recipient, however that's set up, or whoever is designated that they would know that's the person receiving the message, is there an automatic response so that they know that their message was received?
That's correct. We can set it up so that at least they know it's been acknowledged. So I think the biggest first step is when a request comes in, we can build our drop-down menu, and just a staff member, whoever that gets assigned to, will have to go in there and acknowledge it. Once that's acknowledged, it's in the system, and then there's different levels of communication depending on the request that will go out to the resident that requested the either information or complaint.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just looking at costs. So 16,800. That's 50% off. So is it 33,000 then yearly? It's not just a one-time.
Through the reef, to the reef, that's correct. Yeah, that's the typical cost. Going into this process, IT informed me that going in, they were expecting quite a much larger number for something like this. So that the overall cost of that 33, the branded app is a large part of that. It's about half of that, I believe. So I think having trial period next year to see what that looks like is a good opportunity to get in the door and see what that looks like. I believe they built in, if you move forward, I believe there's about a 5% increase year over year after that.
So comparatively, in terms of dollars, it's the same price as approximately a half-time person here to answer the phone and stick handle issues.
Yeah, if you look at it that way, that's potentially true. And I think the biggest thing here is just the advantage of starting to track this kind of work, having something in the back, especially if a manager can track, again, going back to pothole requests, why wasn't this looked at yet? It's a good tracking system for us. Just municipal advisor, Reva Cameron just quickly pulled up. It looks like Leduc's had the system since May. Looking into it there, just wanted to answer that question quickly. You know, starting this process, a big thing was to, if there's a system like this that does include the call taking ability, looking into it, I know Director Hemingway had showed me some of that too. If you want somebody with a system like this, somebody to answer the calls, a lot of municipalities that have this would hire an internal person. I believe that's future next step if that's something we wish, but at the moment it's just online in the app.
Okay. So for somebody to register something on there, they would need an app on their phone or just the internet thing?
The app's an additional option for residents. They could go to our website. There would be a link, report a problem, however we communications or IT wishes that to look like. You click it and then it would take you to that the portal with a map. What do you want to report? And go from there.
Okay, what say you? Councillor Alger.
I quite like this. I think this is a good idea, and I think it's going to take some time off councillors' hands also when this starts to get around. It'll probably take a year or so, but once you start reaching out to your residents that this is an option, instead of phoning you to say there's a rough road or a dog barking, or they're going to go onto this 311.
Just further to that, dog barking. So that would be something if there was a concern about a loose dog or a bylaw problem.
Through the reef, it's certainly something. I'm just currently speaking strictly through Public Works related items. One thing we made sure is building that system. It's not going to be an additional cost to add a dog barking section, but you can. I've talked to Director Solney about this and Deputy Director Stapley. It's definitely something their department would look at, those kind of requests.
Councillor Estes.
Sorry, and thank you to the chair. Can I make the motion, but with the contingency that this is just a trial period and we relook at it in a year's time?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, okay. So we have the answer that Leduc has been on the system since May. We don't know how much it's being used. Okay. So I would like to make that motion that we go forward with this C-click fix and add in the dog barking, but not the gopher in my kitchen, for a year's trial.
Okay, we got that motion. Anything else? Seeing none, so we have that motion to sign up for a one-year trial. All those in favor? Motion carries. No more gophers in the kitchen. Okay, do we need a break? 5-minute bio break? Let's make her quick. Welcome back. Carrying on down our agenda, let's go to D1, request to initiate amendments to the land use bylaw, page 81 of our agenda. Director Hemingway, I believe this is you.
I've asked Planner Sidhu to join us as well in case anybody has any questions. This is a future planning project that we'd like council to give us permission to commence. What we're asking for and providing you with some background in our reasoning for proposing this. If council feels that we can proceed, we will come forth to you with a more fulsome planning project so you can understand costs and dates and the whole program and what we're anticipating. This has to do with our updating our land use bylaw, specifically our flood hazard overlay district. Council is likely aware we have a flood hazard overlay district that was implemented post 2013 flood based on the flood mapping that we had and then was subsequently updated specific to the Highwood River. It does allow for development in the flood hazard area, but does require significant engineering to occur in order for that development to proceed. We have actually managed to have 3, I believe, applications for residences to be constructed in the flood hazard overlay based on our existing land use bylaw. But I do think that there are improvements that be made. Plus, the province has recently, this past fall, put out the final versions of the flood mapping for every single river in the county. So now we have to update our flood hazard overlay to include all of those rivers. And we'd like to update some of the provisions within the land use bylaw associated with that overlay district. It's a big project. It will require public consultation throughout the county, and it will require a public hearing for the adoptions of amendments to the bylaw. As I said, we will come forth if council is supportive of this, and I highly recommend that we do this. We will come forth with a more fulsome project proposal, and give you, a better thorough understanding. And of course, we will check in all the way along as the project proceeds, as we typically do. So I'm looking for the recommended motion that's on page 82 of your staff report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So you caught me at the words costs and dates. So costs, you're talking, I guess, rental of space for open houses and providing coffee. You're not talking.
Yeah, we would anticipate, because this impacts people's property and their ability to develop their property, we would expect to go out and communicate with our public directly versus send them a letter in the mail. We hope to be given the thumbs up and approval by council to undertake a municipal development plan review commencing in 2026. There may be some synergy opportunities there where we can combine open houses and take an opportunity to speak to our landowners on a number of different subjects, including the municipal development plan. And there's always a public works project to talk about when we're out there. So we would look for those opportunities for synergies.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Revo.
Thank you. Part of the first initiation of this overlay included local knowledge. So there was photos and the high water mark from 2013. Will that now be eliminated and replaced entirely? So will that be kept in the records or just completely eliminated? And then of course, work with the citizens. So just a question on how that local knowledge and former data would be used or not used.
I can't answer that right now. We'll be basing the lines on the maps that the province has provided. So the different districts, they have now new districts. So we have a high hazard flood area, flood hazard. There's different words than there were in our first iteration. So I would expect everything to change. And
okay,
I think our goal, there were photographs and things like that to identify those lines, but the second iteration of the provincial mapping negated that, and those were the lines that we had to go with.
Okay. So Mr. Reeve, if I may follow up.
Yep.
So during this whole process on all the different rivers, there is numerous times where citizens identified that they didn't agree with some of the mapping, and the only recourse to them was to identify those concerns directly with Alberta Environment and anyone who was involved in the mapping. So there's probably a department that was working on it at the time. And so we certainly shared it far and wide because of the implications to citizens. So at this point, I think this is a really important, if we're changing our overlay, that we re-engage the point where everyone kind of realizes that it's coming to the ground level now. It's not just Alberta environment, but this is actually going to affect development in your backyard, your front yard, and that we have to get that information out, that please come down and provide. And I don't know what type of adaptability we would even have if someone was to provide local knowledge that's different than what we have currently, and it may conflict with the provincial map because of the liability of decisions that might be made, not only that might reduce the ability to develop, but might also incur some form of risk if there was a reduction in the area that was mapped by the provincial mapping. So I can see a little bit of a headache potentially.
Yep. Big headache.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? I think it's a good first step to get this thing rolling and get our flood maps lined up. So I would be in support of taking these first steps. And Deputy Revol?
I would make a motion, unless there's more conversation, but I would make a motion to get this rolling with the staff suggestion there.
So the motion on page 82.
It does include including the resident communications. Is that somehow just going to be a next step, a natural next step?
We'll come forth with a full project proposal for your consideration,
Very good.
including the consultation aspects of it. Before we get it all into that level of detail, we thought we'd make sure you want us to undertake this at all.
Excellent. Thank you. I would agree with the motion as.
Okay, so we got that motion from Deputy Revol, Councillor Kendall. Oh,
I was just going to add that it could also save somebody a lot of headache because those meetings that I went to in Okotoks over the years, one lady really wanted to build somewhere, and had they allowed her to, her house would be gone. So flip side to that too.
okay, anybody else? Seeing none, I will call the questions. We do have the motion as laid out on page 82. All those in favor? Motion carries. Delegation options of subdivision authority, page 83. Director Hemingway.
Thank you. We had received a request from a member of council to bring forth options for amendments to consider amendments to the subdivision approving authority bylaw, which is included in the staff report. We have, staff have provided a document here that outlines the facts associated with amendments to the bylaw. There are a number of considerations. Certainly, council can delegate the authority for subdivision as per the Municipal Government Act. And there are other circumstances where the province can delegate the authority. We've provided you with 3 suggested motions. This is to remain exactly the same, and you'll see in the bylaw that's attached in your staff report under number 3. It says the subdivision approving authority of the municipal district of Foothills is hereby established as all members of council, shall consist of all members of council. So you are the subdivision approving authority under that bylaw. You may choose to delegate the subdivision approving authority either in its entirety or under specific circumstances. That means we would have to amend that bylaw. And of course, you can give us any other direction that you might feel so inclined, should you wish to see amendments to that bylaw, which may delegate that authority.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. And so I made the request to have this put on. So generally what happens is we do land use, and then has been described in the past, we put on our other hat, and then we have subdivision approving authority, and we 99 times out of 100, it's a rubber stamp. We become subdivision approving authority, gets third reading for land use, and then it goes to subdivision. Supposedly we switch hats and we rubber stamp the land use decision we just made. So I don't know that that is really giving application a full, I don't know that I brought this forward because I don't know that that is the best method. And I've always been curious what the other methods for achieving this were. But so my question is through the chair to the Development Authority, when we switch hats and go to the subdividing authority, what are the metrics that we are, do the metrics differ from land use when we're looking at subdivisions? Or is it still the same frameworks that we're supposed to be applying to subdivision as we're applied at land use?
So when we provide you with a staff report for your consideration specific to subdivision, we tend to write out the motion of approval, which parrots the language in the Municipal Government Act, which are your considerations associated with subdivision. And that has to do with, I'm drawing a blank here, but it has to do with is suitable for the area, will not cause conflict, those types of language. But that again is parroted from the Municipal Government Act. So your decision-making is based on those components, and you've been making those decisions as a group for years based on those metrics, if I understand you correctly.
Okay, well, that is kind of what leads to my confusion. So you have one board. So the notion is that you switch hats, but I don't know how you can say that the same body that was wearing that hat officially put on another hat and then looked at the subdivision through a different lens than they did at land use. So I just kind of wanted to open this up for a discussion here today. Like there are some other options. I'm not familiar with what a municipal planning commission is. Sometimes I get lost. We have the subdivision appeal board. I understand that, but maybe sounds like by bylaw we could make anybody into the subdivision approving authority. So that could be a committee outside of ourselves. I just think there's merit to the idea that someone other than the council members that made the land use decision would also look at a subdivision application and potentially remove any biases so that it is at least reviewed through fresh eyes. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that to open the discussion. Thanks.
Deputy Revolt.
Well, first of all, thanks for bringing this idea forward for a review. And when I looked at the various options and the reality of the length of process that it would be required in order for this to be evaluated by another organization, as I really feel that it would be a real change in service level for our residents to have to be part of a new process, not to mention the cost of it. So I feel like it's an area where we do have the potential to give it due consideration related to comprehensively reading the staff reports and understanding what the application is before us, because we also have not only a subdivision, but we also have the other types of matters such as boundary adjustments and other related matters that come into this particular category. And I feel like I feel maybe is the wrong word, but I believe the counselors have or will gain a lot of experience on planning matters that would qualify them to continue making decisions in the subdivision approving authority. So I think in favor of the experience of our residents to have a timely consideration of all aspects of their development, that this would be something that I would suggest stays in the agenda for Foothills County at this time. And I am also aware of the regional group that was taking care of the Southern Alberta applications as well. So I understand, of course, the appeal process and numerous other types of reviews that come with a different set of eyes by volunteer members. And I'm not sure this could be done through other delegated matters, which you have explained to us here in the staff report. And I appreciate that is something that we can manage. But I feel that currently on our agenda, that we do give due consideration to each of the matters that are on our agenda. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of agree with Mr. McHugh's comments. We 99% out of 100, 99 times out of 100, we just look and make sure all the conditions are met, and we take advice from officials. And yeah, and we don't even know. We just read the staff report and away we go. In our current form, when all the conditions are met, what's the timeline between the development officer acknowledging the conditions met and it coming to council? So where I'm going is, would it speed up the process by a couple of weeks before it had come on an agenda?
Go ahead, Dr. Hemming.
I think the staff report and the council agenda component could be avoided, but whoever makes the decision, if it's a board or if it's the CAO or some delegated authority, would still require a report and the entirety of the file. As council is aware, council imposes a number of conditions at the subdivision stage, municipal reserve being not the least of which. So that authority would be transferred to another group of individuals or individuals. So if it's a whole nother group, then we need the Legislative Services Department to feed and manage them and an agenda on their component. And they would have a set of minutes, and that would have to occur. If it's an individual, then it's a little bit easier, but it's a little concerning to put that obligation and setting those conditions onto an individual that maybe didn't participate in the public hearing and hear or understand council's decision associated with that, and is not obligated to carry that through either. So I think you have to consider how you make decisions at land use and how you condition land use applications. And sometimes there's decisions on land use to put something off at subdivision. Well, the other party is not obligated to carry that through if that's a separate body. So I would suggest it's a whole lot of work to create another separate body. An individual would be less and would cut down on time, but that's a lot of authority to give away. And I don't know you guys to give authority away.
Councillor Estes.
Yeah, further to that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but when you're going through land use and then it comes back to council under subdivision, there could be other variables that were missed along the way that are now looked at. Further to that, we engage the public in different manners. And I know in the last year and a half, there has been a lot of, and even on the campaign trail, it's been brought up, that unhappiness about subdivisions. And it's my feeling, and this is just my opinion, that this council is going in a bit, well, myself, in a different, possibly in a different direction per se. And so I don't feel that giving up the authority over subdivisions, yeah, I don't like it. Thank you.
Okay. I guess just for myself, thank you, Councillor McHugh, for bringing this on. This is certainly something I have wondered about many times too. As we visit with other councillors from other municipalities, everybody's got a municipal planning commission, and we don't. So I've always wondered the difference there a little bit. So as I understand it, we would currently fall under number 2 with our subdivision approving authority.
If you wish to see status quo.
That is where we're at. And a municipal planning commission. So is that not something that we could also appoint all of council to, or what's the big difference between an MPC and a SD subdivision?
I don't know. I've never worked with a municipal planning commission, so I don't have a huge amount of experience with that. I'd have to come back to you with more information. I think there's limits on the number of councillors that can sit on the municipal planning commission, similar to the SDAB. But I have very little experience with them.
And in terms of, I guess, appealing any subdivisions, so right now we require a land use amendment before any subdivision, even if it's doesn't require a land use change. But if we were to change, that would not change. We would, if we had an MPC instead of a SD, what's the term? Division approving, SDAT, as stat. We would still require a land use amendment application prior to subdivision.
The requirement to amend a land use district in advance of a sub application is written into the land use bylaw. So it can sit, or council can say, you know, Karina's going to come back with some ideas for red tape reduction as requested by council last month. Some land use districts we may suggest is that's not necessary. You can go straight to subdivision. You don't need to go through the whole public hearing thing. And of course that's, you know, maybe that'll work for you or maybe not. Going straight to subdivision means no public hearing. And if there's a subdivision approving authority that's not members of council, it won't come to council at all. It would go somewhere else. So, but just so you know, the requirement for a public hearing and a land use bylaw amendment in advance of subdivision is based in the land use bylaw, not in the subdivision authority bylaw.
Okay. Yeah, and just wanted to make sure, because that's something I think is very important and would not want to see that change. So in terms of the appeal though, if we had a MPC, the appeal process would still be the same on whether the subdivision approving authority was given or refused by an MPC or an SDAT, the appeal process would be the same, correct?
My understanding.
Okay. Municipal Manager Reva Cameron.
Sorry, I guess maybe I'm the only one who's lived through an MPC, but so Foothills had an MPC. And of course, the issue there in the MPC dealt with all development permits as well as all subdivisions. And council was the DAB at that time, which was, you know, a little bit different. But so when you look at process-wise an MPC, how many times are you going to have them meet? And the cost of that, because you're going to have paid members and everything. If subdivision, this is just my opinion, but if subdivision was causing council to meet extra to handle subdivision approving authority, then I guess that becomes an issue. But you know, council meets almost every week. So I think I'm just saying it's fairly efficient as it is now, where at the time the MPC met once a month. And so subdivision is a lot slower in that kind of process, and the costs were higher because now you're paying MPC board members, whereas council is being paid the same amount, you know, regardless of whether you're dealing with subdivision or not. So I just throw that out there from an efficiency point of view. And you know, history is that it didn't happen too often, but there were a few times where council was very PO'd with the MPC and in fact had to remove members from the MPC for various reasons that I won't repeat in open council.
Deputy Revo.
Thank you for all the conversation. I'm I'm in favor of option 1 of page 84, and I'll just restate my reasons. First of all, due to the efficiency of retaining the service level to our residents, the costs that would be incurred by either creating or coordinating with a separate board, we need a new aspect to another department to handle that. I think there is a really comprehensive staff report created, which will allow all counselors to create an understanding of the content and to also continue with continuity where there is matters of importance that need to be followed up on in the subdivision aspect after the land use stage. So I think that continuity is really important. And then further, we already have a mechanism in place for those who disagree with the results of subdivision, which is the full-on appeal to the subdivision approving to the SDIB, so that appeal board, or to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. So I think the appeal mechanism is there for any issues that either, there's one in our staff report here today, any issues or any full applications that have been appealed by other parties. So I think we have everything in place to be able to manage these properly in an efficient way for our citizens from Foothills County. And I would be in favor of moving option 1, and I would make that motion. Thank you.
Okay, so we got that in motion. I guess actually status quo, go back to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. Speaking in opposition to the motion on the floor. I think that this is worthy of further discussion. So as far as I'm reading this, I think it's important to read number 3. So the minister can be appointed, and when you have subdivision improving authorities, they can get involved and actually follow the rules. So it's the same problem here is when you have council sit on land use and then immediately, without even a 5-minute break, switch into subdivision improving authority and then rubber stamp the land use and give it subdivision. I just find that completely disturbing. No other eyes. Rubber stamp, done. Is that efficient? Heck yeah. Is it fair? No. You cannot have the same committee sit. You're supposed to be wearing 2 separate hats. And if you're telling me that that is legitimately happening when you just give something 3rd reading and not even 2 minutes later, put on your subdivision improving authority hat and give it the thumbs up, yes, because the conditions are all met, I do not believe that is a thorough look at it. We can design this committee pretty much, from what I can read, however we wanted. So you could keep consistency on the subdivision, on the SAA, by including 2 members of council, 3 members of council, and 1 or 2 or 3 members. We can design the committee however we want. But I think it would be important to have the staff reports already prepared. Is it going to cost a little bit more? Yes. Would it be a better look at the situation potentially as to what is happening? Absolutely. So that is why I'm speaking against the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Director Hemingway.
Anticipate a time when council provides first reading on a land use application to amend the land use district. And currently you do require a well to be drilled and often some development testing and the execution of a development agreement for the payment of the community sustainability fee. And then another board does not approve the subdivision in the future. We have a problem, Houston. I would suggest that if council is considering this, that all conditions will be imposed at subdivision stage and not at the land use district stage, just in case that were to occur, because that could be a real issue. You can't have the applicant spending money and doing these things. And municipalities that do go through land use and subdivision under separate bodies do it that way. The conditions are all at the subdivision stage. Land use is not a condition realm. We do it that way. We always have, but it's not typical.
I'm just trying to follow up in my head from Councillor McHugh's comments. So I'm just trying to understand, if we went with a 3rd body, separate body, the metrics that they would use for making their decisions. So they wouldn't look to the public hearing, what was said, any reports, any submissions there. They would look solely at the municipal development plan, or what would they be looking at?
Municipal development plan and the land use bylaw, which does not have a lot of restrictions associated with subdivision. There's minimum, maximum parcel sizes. They'll look to see if the land use is in place. And they would make their decision based on that. They would, of course, have written information from the circulation of the subdivision application, which we circulate to adjacent landowners only. So if anybody were to provide a written comment from that circulation, they would have access to that.
Okay. CAO Payne.
Yeah, and I just might highlight one area that may cause a contentious issue if council were to consider setting up a different body as the, say, an MPC, a Municipal Planning Commission. The way that prior councils have designed the process right now is such that at land use, an applicant's required to bring forward a site plan, and that site plan shows the ultimate subdivision plan for the property. When you go to other jurisdictions, and I'll just use our bylaw as an example, if you were to come here and say, council, I'd like to rezone 10 acres of land from agricultural to country residential. Council, all you would see at the land use hearing would be one 10-acre block over a portion of land saying this is the area we want to redesignate. Then when you get to the MPC, the landowner will then show their subdivision plan. And that's where you may have some issues as a council because you may not realize that, well, we gave approval to rezone 10 acres, expecting that's going to be one lot. Well, density provisions actually allow one lot for every 5 acres. So you may end up at the subdivision MPC with an approval for 2 lots. So you went through a public hearing. You've got to make sure in that public hearing process that it's clear to everyone making the decision that based on density provisions, it's not going to be council making the decision on the subdivision. It's going to be another authority. So there's no accountability to council and no accountability to the public because that's an unelected authority at the MPC. So that maybe just a caution that I'm throwing out there in a very roundabout way to say there's more to the entire process and the way it's designed that council should be considering if you're thinking about at some point looking at a separate body that would be approving subdivisions. It's an overall design, I guess, that needs to be considered, not just separating the two and creating a new entity.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it's important to remember that we have access to all the staff and administration during the meetings, which this other body wouldn't necessarily have. To Councillor McHugh, would it be beneficial for to change the protocol? Is it the speed with which you have to change hats? Like perhaps delay it a little bit?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. I don't think that we should have land use and subdivision improving authority the same day. It's fundamentally wrong. Like you can't just do land use and then put on your SAA hat and then approve it after it just received third. There's no proper break on the in-between to give it proper consideration. That would be a good starting point. And I'm not trying to rock the boat here. I just wanted the new council to be aware that we are switching hats when this occurs. I appreciate the motion put forwards by Deputy Reeve. I just don't think it is a perfect system. It does bother me that we have the same set of eyes looking at the same, supposed to be 2 separate bodies, and when it's looked at with the same eyes, I don't know how you can expect to have a different result ever. I find that troubling. Thanks.
So what if there was just an amendment to have a trial period for 3 to 6 months where we try your switch there?
The day of secondary reading different than the day of subdivision? Is that what you're saying?
Well, a break in between third reading of land use. My suggestion is that we do not have a third reading for land use and then go to SAA the same day and give it and then immediately rubber stamp it 3 minutes later under the subdivision approving authority. At least it comes back at a next council meeting so that there's a legitimate break between those 2 bodies. more than 5 minutes.
Okay, so that can be accommodated within the bylaw as it is, I guess. Mostly. Okay,
Council wishes to provide us that direction, we can certainly do that.
Councillor Alger.
So for me, thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, we get a week look at this thing. So we've got next week's agenda already. So whatever's on subdivision approving authority, we get a look at it. If there's a second and third reading that's above it, we get a look at it. We get a whole week to soak it in. If we have any issues with it, it happens at land use, second and third. If we are happy with second and third at land use, then typically we should be fine with it at subdivision. But if we have an issue with it at second or third, then subdivision should be postponed until we rectify those issues. But you're looking at it a week before, you're looking at this. So if you're looking at it a week before or a week after, I don't see the difference. And I certainly don't want to go to a third body. That's just going to knot that process up even more. I support the motion. It's on the floor. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, and we can easily, we do have a subdivision approving authority coming up in due time. We can always postpone or change a little bit on the fly as well. So we do have that motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl to support the subdivision approving authority bylaw as is. Is that correct, Deputy Reeve Ohl? Okay. Anything further? Call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Next on our agenda, subdivision approving authority items. E1.
Do the gentleman, and just wait to do the gentleman.
Not really a subdivision.
It's not.
So anybody want to move us into subdivision approving authority?
These hats look like anyway.
Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. Page 87, Anderson, northeast, northwest, 1321, 4 west of 5. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. We are looking for council acknowledgement of a subdivision and development appeal board order whereby the order upheld the appeal and overturned the condition in the approved subdivision of council. All the information is in your agenda package, including the board order. Specifically, council approved this boundary adjustment. There was a subdivision component to it. So they created the small parcel, I think it's 7.6 acres, and then they consolidated the two balances. And council requested the discharge of an easement that was on the title. And the appellant or the applicant appealed that condition, and the board upheld that appeal and determined that the applicant is not required to discharge that easement agreement. All there is to it.
Okay, so the motion is just to acknowledge
Subdivision
just
appeal
DAB
board
decision. Okay. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to legislative services, can I speak to this as? Yep. So this was this was in regards to the easement. That's that one, right? So we wanted, the request of council was that they take the easement off across the bottom of the quarter because the boundary adjustment gave them access on the north end. And they felt that that existing easement should, the subdivision appeal board upheld the argument from the applicants, no, sorry, from the appealants
that easement should still exist. So as a representative of council or as the representative of the municipality, I argued that we are no longer in favor of having easements exist, and that's why that condition was put on. So that's the background there, and the subdivision appeal board overturned that condition. That's what transpired. Thanks. So I would give you the motion to acknowledge if there's no further discussion.
Okay, take that motion, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you to the chair. I was just going to add that there was a few other extenuating circumstances, like there was 2 other subdivisions that the easement potentially affected, and maybe they weren't aware of it. So I can show you on the map, but.
Okay, so we have that
I may-
motion to, go ahead,
Yes,
Director Hammond.
and I would support.
If I can, sir, that the easement that was requested to be discharged only impacts the subject lands and crosses the other 2 party. It was registered long time ago and council's not part of it. There are subsequent easements registered over top of it that impact the other lands. But the one that was requested to be discharged does not impact any other lands. It is strictly for the appellant and yeah, just to clarify that.
Sorry, Councillor Kendall, are you done? Okay. Councillor McHugh.
Well, I think we're clear. The point would be if this easement was removed, then we don't have this individual driving across 2 other people's private property to get there, where they already have other access at the north end that was afforded to them through the boundary adjustment. Anyway.
Okay, so we have that motion to acknowledge the board order. No further questions, comments. I'll call a question. All those in favor of acknowledging. Motion carries. Motion to go out of subdivision approving authority. Councillor Estes, all in favor. Motion carries. Manager Stapley, thank you very much for being patient and coming back. Let's go to F1, Emergency Management Bylaw 71, 2025, second and third reading, page 109 of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you today is the new emergency management bylaw that we are proposing. It received first reading on November 26. The changes to the bylaw are to bring the bylaw in alignment with the Emergency Management Act and regulations and to meet the requirements of said acts. The bylaw is ready for second and third reading.
Okay, and after the training session on Monday, still looks good?
Looks great.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, sir. No changes from the first reading.
Through the chair, there are no changes. No.
Right. Happy to give you the motion for second.
Okay, motion from for second. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. And third, Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Now, further to that, Emergency Advisory Committee Councillor Appointment, page 124, Manager Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. As you said, this is relevant to the bylaw that was just passed in the item before. As part of that bylaw, there was a change to the composition of the committee. Currently, we have 2 members appointed, 2 council members appointed. It's the Reeve and Deputy Reeve, but the new terms indicate that at least 1 additional member of council be appointed to this committee. So that's what we're looking for today, is another member, at least 1 more member of council to be appointed to this committee.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I was just looking through our boards and committees and I noticed that some don't have as many as other, and I would maybe suggest it may be Councillor Estes may have interest in this, and unless there's a particular interest, I know, or Councillor Alger, they may be interested to be a member on this one, as they have other per diems and such, but they may like an additional committee. I just thought, just having a review, it might be nice to consider them for this position. And I know Councillor McHugh has some great qualifications as well, but I was just counting on our full members, and it may be of interest to council for the two I mentioned that may have interest.
Councillor Estes, you were kind of thrown under the bus there.
Thank you to the chair. Not that I need another committee, but I think my location to the surrounding areas and being a quick drive in can be a bit helpful if that were to happen. I think I'm only like 6 minutes from the emergency services that we were at on Monday. So I would accept that, or I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I'm going to go to Councillor Algie. You were thrown out there as well.
Happy to allow Councillor Estes to take the appointment. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly go back to Manager Barrett. Do we need a alternate as well?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Oh, CAO Payne, go ahead.
Sorry, I believe what the bylaw says is that there shall be 3 or more council members to constitute the committee. What I was going to suggest is really just a flow on from the workshop that we had on Monday, where the provincial officers were indicating that it's not a bad idea to have some redundancy built into our advisory committee in the event that they're called on during an emergency for advice. So I may suggest that council consider adding at least one alternate in the event that someone's out of province or out of town or unavailable or even impacted by an event. It wouldn't be bad to have a little bit of that redundancy built into your committee. If you wanted to appoint the 3 as members, it's a member committee. And then you could certainly consider appointing an alternate who would be paid on a per diem basis based on whether or not they attend meetings.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How often does this board meet? Quarterly. I'm having to choose my words extremely wisely because I'm just about to espouse the importance of this committee and how important I think that it is that we all take part in this committee. In taking the training, I actually learned quite a bit. It was very much worth my time. Do I want to go to one more committee meeting? Absolutely not. But I was going to say that there's absolute benefit to this, and I think we should all be a part of it. Thanks.
Deputy Revol.
Could do an Okotoks and have everybody appointed as alternates. And that way it would just be a huge roster to choose from whoever was available if that was the case and we needed an additional person to take part. And that would just open it right up, and it would just share the importance of the committee. So I don't know if that's at all amenable. It would be it would only be paying if you were at the meeting, but it's just an option for alternates. So we have one appointed member, and it seems we have a willing candidate for that, and maybe others as alternates.
CAO Payne.
Yeah, and that's at council's discretion. If council wished to appoint the 3 required members, I guess they would be the voting members, and then you could authorize the remainder of council to sit as alternates and observe. And that's not a terrible idea, because if an emergency happens, you don't know who or how many people are going to be impacted. So that really opens the roster of formal committee members up should that eventuality come.
Councillor McHugh.
Erg.
Alternate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, no, I don't know that we all need to be alternate. I was kind of going along the lines that like you need to have people that are going to be committed. If I'm an alternate, I know I'm not going. My commitment was going to be to, when I actually hear this come up in committee reports, to actually listen more attentively so that I know what's going on with that committee. So I don't know that it's maybe necessary that we're all alternates, but I think it's important that we kind of all try to take it turns as the member representative on that committee during our terms. Thanks. just my
Okay,
comment.
so we have Councillor Estes to be appointed. Do we want to appoint at least one alternate?
Yeah, I jump on an alternate board if that's the route we're gonna go. I kind of like all council showing up, but to satisfy the bylaws as an alternate, I'll happy volunteer for that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else, so Councillor Callister?
Yep. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are these meetings, are these emergency meetings, can you watch them? Are they televised? No? Okay.
Okay, were you going to give me a motion to appoint Councillor Estes as a regular and Councillor Alger as alternate? Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. F3, Sharp, request to meet with council. I believe we were wanting to do this in close to start. Did I understand correct? Advice, okay. Okay, so why don't we go in closed, the motion from somebody to go into closed session? Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Welcome back. Coming out of close, I'm going to go to Deputy Reeve Ole. You have a motion regarding the West Foothills pipeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would propose a motion that council would approve the release of the West Foothills Pipeline Extension Cost Estimate to the West Foothills Water Coalition and members who participated in this. And that there be some minor amendments made before it goes out to them. They're very minor, but we'll just have to get that clarification there. But that's not the motion. So the motion is again for council to approve the release of the West Foothills Pipeline Extension Cost Estimate to the West Foothills Water Coalition with minor amendments.
Okay. Any further debate? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries. Councillor Callister, I'm going to you for a motion next.
I would like to make a motion to coordinate a multi-agency presentation to council by EHS, EMS, Foothills Fire Department, Foothills 911, and Don Sharp for January or earlier to deliver EMS services associated delivery to residents in Foothills County.
Okay, any further debate? All in favor? And opposed? Carried. Minutes of last week. I trust we've all had a chance to look at them. Any amendments, clarification, motion to approve? Motion to approve from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. Accounts. Councillor Alger.
One quick question, Mr. Chair, on EFT 030859 Brain Health Catalyst. For 2 memory courses, doesn't state who or how many, or it's an odd one. I've never seen it before. Doesn't have to be answered now either. It could
Okay.
come in the future.
Any further questions?
Mike.
So we could make a motion to approve the account
I will
and
give
then
you the
get that
motion to
answer.
approve the accounts.
Got that motion to approve from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. Committee reports. Did we want to do this today or do we want to postpone till next week? Deputy Reeve Ole?
I would suggest and propose a motion to postpone this to the following council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, further debate? All in favor? Motion carries. That concludes our agenda for today, and we'll just look for that answer from CAO Payne on that one item. So being that we are exhausted, I would look for a motion to, I want to say refuse, that's not the right word, adjourn. Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. See you all next Wednesday, 9 a.m.
Right.